Alrighty, welcome back to the stream, and welcome back once again to Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. Now, before we get started, brief shout out and thanks to
A new follower.
Rip-Towing Naked Ninja, which is that's a name. Anyway, thank you for the follow. That was late last night. So, let's get into the game, shall we? So, the current state of things is as follows. Gotta, 1, clear out a bit of the army stuff. That'll take a couple minutes. But 2, most importantly, is I need to... well, I also want to see what the Aeon units are like. But, I need to go do today. Because is a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff's going on there. And by a lot of stuff, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. I went back in time in Canabris, and Terendelev is currently alive. Huh? This is... What? This is new. The reflected universe rotates, twisting into coils lit by distant stars. Your journey has changed you. You look at the spirals of galaxies entwined by the primordial design and realize your understanding of the cosmos has grown deeper. Your visit to the abyss and your contact with its chaos have granted you an understanding of the foundations of the universe. The world wound is no longer as incomprehensible to you as it once was. You might even start to study it, organize it, bring order to its chaos. Any successful attempt to chart its manifestations would deal another blow to the world wound. Would you be able to map its planar rifts, which seem to open at random? Is it possible to harness the paradoxical nature of the devastating storms? Could you come to understand how chaos energies influence materia and negate their influence? Which of these questions interests you the most? You see how the energies of chaos combine with particles of air and water to create anomalous disturbances in the sky. They weave into impossible cyclones and rush away from the world wound. You sense a pattern to these metamorphoses, one you can study and master, and thus master the wound storms themselves. Then your gaze dives deeper, under the earth where the boundaries of the material plane lie. They are fed by ley lines that run along the edges of tectonic plates and follow the course of molten rivers of magma. In places where the ley lines are damaged, the borders of the material plane grow thinner and spatial rifts are born. But now you understand how to counter this. You see black flames cutting through one of the ley lines. This is the fire of the abyss, devouring light and giving off chaos instead of warmth, poisoning both materia and the elements. It is a corruption, but you can study it and reverse the process to restore purity. Subduing the World Wound Storms unlocks the Air Elemental's Creation Decree, allowing recruitment of Air Elementals, a fast unit effective against flying enemies. The commander and his companions gain the Corruption Resistance feat, which provides 1 rest without increasing the level of abyssal corruption after the commander had cleansed the corruption from themselves by resting in a safe place. Okay. Earth Elemental Creation Decree, allowing recruitment of Earth Elementals, resilient infantry. The commander and his companions gain the Corruption Resistance feat. Oh, so each of these gives me corruption resistance, but I also just get allowing recruitment of kineticists, destructive elemental spellcasters. The commander and his companions gain the corruption resistance feat. So I either get to pick air elementals, earth elementals, or kineticists. I'll take kineticists. Why not? Everything is reversible, even time itself. You will find a way to rid the chaos-tainted materia of the corruption that permeates it. Nice. Cool.
I'm gone.
Yeah. Alright, so. First thing to deal with here. Let me talk to Nevia since she's right here. Hello. Yeah, just baking bread. And away she goes. Oh, hi, Rotonic Ninja. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. Drone Swarm was an interesting time. I'm really just glad I could get the final cutscene as a video. But yeah, glad to hear you enjoyed it. Hope you're doing well today as well. Okay, already dealt with both of those things. Let's see. How do I do? Train officers, security training. Reduction of losses, elevate craftsman. What do you mean possibly put in a virus? Like, do you mean in the game itself, or like what? Oh, right, I don't have an army anymore. Ha 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 ha. Awkward. Okay, where can I go with this? Okay, you head down this direction. Ah, De Novo. Okay, De Novo's not a virus, but it basically... Hold on. Can I... Oh, I need another day. Got it. Okay, so De Novo is not a virus. De Novo is a legitimate program created to be put into games as part of a DRM protection thing. There's two. There's DRM anti-cheat, or De Novo anti-cheat, which is an anti-cheat program, and then there's De Novo... I don't remember what it's called. Basically, it's anti-piracy. It prevents you from being able to just put the game on a torrent website, download it, and play it freely. Problem is that both of them don't work particularly well and don't, like, are detrimental to your computer at times. I want to say it's the antivirus, or no, it's not the anti-piracy one that's particularly bad, because it constantly calls home and does like a lot of damage to the SSD by just having to constantly run checks, rewrite data over and over again, which burns out parts of the SSD that it's installed on if you're using one of those. And it also makes it so you have to play a game online no matter what, which is why a lot of people don't like it. And there's a lot of stuff about how, like, both of them do performance hits to games. So it's pretty common practice where after a game has been out for like a month or two and it's already been cracked because De Novo is also not very good, the developers just remove it from the game because it's not doing its job and it just makes the game run worse. Not everybody does that, but it is a thing people do, which is good when they do it. I mean, isn't that the Dragon Burial Ground? A broken cart. Yeah, so it's not a virus, but it's not good to have on your computer, basically. Calling it a virus is a bit much, though. But yeah, you got me scared for a little bit because, like, oh, did they put like a spyware thing in there? Is this one of those things like that? No, it's just a Nouveau. Everyone's least favorite antivirus or anti-cheat, anti-piracy program, which somehow keeps getting put in everything despite it being really not useful. Like, let me give you an example, right? I can I forgot I have to do more stuff here. But like, let me give you a quick example here. Let's see. What is the most recently released Nouveau game? Let's see. There's a thing here. Actually has it listed. Let's see. Godfall. Let's see. Godfall. Oh, here's an example. Weird West apparently has Nouveau. Cracked on release day. Godfall cracked on release day. Stranger of Paradise. Final Fantasy Origins cracked on release day. Those one has Nouveau. There's a couple other ones that aren't cracked. Like, this is just a website that just has a list of games that are cracked with Denuvo. And like, there's a couple games that aren't cracked, and it's always due to interest. Like Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga is cracked, but where's another one? Far Cry 6 hasn't been cracked, and that's been almost 200 days. A great gameplay tester. Very surprised when you found the clips showing these. The abilities were causing you to take more and more CPU. Oh yeah, I remember that now. Maybe. So play testing and like actual like testing for games are slightly different. Playtesting, I think, is more of a see how the game feels, make changes based on game feel, game design, that sort of stuff. Whereas actual testing, QA testing and such is more about the mechanical side, where you look at what's going on with the game, try and find the bugs, glitches, exploits, find out what's causing them, try and suss out the root causes, what might be doing that sort of thing, and try and fix those, or at least put in to be fixed if that's a big enough issue. As for if I'd be a good one, I don't know. I do have like a tendency to fall into like the weird holes on occasion, where I just like walk into the thing and go, oh, that's weird. I wonder what'll happen if I do this, and it just breaks. But I also have I also tend to like in other games just go straight for like what I guess would be the developer intended route for gameplay to go on. So who knows? Maybe. I did apply for a QA job at one point because there's a dev studio, fairly large one near me, which I guess I could try going for again. Although at the same time, that job is like actual drudgery. It's fun to say like, oh yeah, I play video games for a living, but it's not fun when what playing video games for a living entails is running into the same wall for 3 hours at different angles to see which one breaks. So, I don't know, it'd be cool. It'd be an interesting experience, at least. Yeah, it's... I guess it would be Blizzard now. Because the company got absorbed in. And that was also several years ago, before the whole, oh, it turns out that Activision and so on are actually like super bad, both in terms of being places to work. Yeah, right? They might have been in the news recently, I don't know. But yeah, that was back before it turned out they were like horrible places to work and also incredibly anti-union and also under litigation for lots of sex crimes. Like that was a while back. That was a while back. This wasn't like in the last 2 or 3 years during the current fiasco. It was just during the normal everyday fiasco of this company kind of sucks, but they do good stuff on occasion. Boo. Oh, you didn't hear about any of the current Blizzard stuff? Yeah, they're a company that made Overwatch, Warcraft, Starcraft, etc. And currently dealing with, and also made a bunch of people angry enough to get lawsuits due to it wasn't discrimination, it was sexual harassment. So, yeah. Doo-doo-doo. Alrighty, so we got Dorlinda. Ah, yeah, okay, fair enough. Well, there you go. So, now you know. I have not yet deleted my Blizzard account because I can still get use out of it, and it's not costing me anything or giving any benefit to Activision Blizzard for doing it. As long as I don't pay any money anymore. But, I'm strongly considering it. The assassins are pretty sick. Just gonna get the assassins, why not? Not like it matters a whole deal. Everything's up to... Yeah, okay. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, like, there was a in-game sort of protest going on a while back in World of Warcraft, where instead of deleting their accounts or whatever, what they actually did was they just had their characters on in-game, but not doing anything. They weren't playing the game, they were just there, like, protesting. And that made a lot of sense, because, one, as long as they cancel their sub afterwards, they're not giving ActiBliz any more money, so they're not feeding the problem. Two, by being there, they are actually costing Activision some amount of money. They're not just... Oh, I can't go that way yet. They're not just deleting their account, which would be a good sign of protest, but at the same time frees up resources for other people to play and sort of saves Activision money in the long run. So just having the characters on and there to do stuff, like, actually, technically speaking, is worse for Activision. It's not much worse. It's kind of a drop in the bucket, but it's the thought that counts. That's all you can do in a situation like that. Oh yeah. Well, Bobby's... Good old Bobby Devilhorn Kodik has, unfortunately, probably going to get away scot-free with everything. But he did threaten to kill somebody. Let that not be forgotten. There was that whole thing where he threatened to kill his secretary, I think? I don't remember the exact details of that one. So it's a whole thing right now. But yeah, if you want to like see the whole news cycle about it, there's a lot of information you can look up that I can't recite off of memory. Yeah, there's more of them. There's a lot more. That was like one of them. There's a bunch. Like I'm not a news source. I just kind of go off what I've read and seen and like heard filtered through other people to an extent, but everyone's pretty much, you know, set on that. Yeah, well, the other ones are still in litigation. Huh. Commander, approach to report. Finally bring you good news for a change. Now that you put an end to the way, barely anyone questions your right to lead the crusade. Hiroshi now has a circle of influential people who are sympathetic to our efforts. See you as the most forefront protector of Galarian. Like to help our army any way you want. Huh. Interesting. Oh, he's right. This is when he goes off to Nerosian. Alright, that takes care of everything there, I think. Campaign. Sign general. Sign. There you go. Problem solved. Alrighty, where to next? Alright. I? Ooh, yeah. Well, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't played an Assassin's Creed game in a long time. I still need to go through and beat 3 at some point. I finished Assassin's Creed 2, like, all of Assassin's Creed 2, effectively. Just build a thing here. Yeah, I finished Assassin's Creed 2, but then Assassin's Creed 3 I have, but I just never played for whatever reason. I just kind of fell off the train. So that's something I probably should go back and do at some point. Mostly just for my own, like, I want to finish this off. Not for any particular, like, oh yeah, Assassin's Creed, ooh. Because Assassin's Creed has kind of been, Still remember those not flowers. God, what was it? The feathers. The feathers you had to collect. The hundreds of feathers that did nothing. Oh yeah, Black Flag is also a good one, apparently. That's another one I should probably do. Keep that one down there for the time being. Yeah, I haven't, which one's Rogue? I don't even know which one that is. Okay, I'll have you hang out there for a minute. Huh. Really? I'll add it to the list. Which one is it? Is that the China one? I think there's one in China, right? Let's see. Assassin's Creed Rogue. No, it's not. I don't remember which game this is. It's not. It doesn't look like it's the 2D platforming one, I think. Ah, I see. I'm just curious, because I don't remember Assassin's Creed Rogue. I do not remember this game. I do not remember seeing this game. Ever. I don't remember what game this is. Alright, well, whatever. Ireland. That's a weird setting for it. Alright, well. I'll take a look. I don't know if I played on stream even. Like Assassin's Creed 3 and Black Flag. Because a lot of those games are just like run to place, do the thing. Running up the trees and whatnot, or running up buildings and hopping across rooftops is pretty fun, though. It always has been. Those are the best parts of it. Just the actual stuff that's going on is less than crazy and fun? I don't know. We'll see. You've never seen Social so inspired. He seems to soar on invisible wings, his face beaming with ethereal delight. Come with me. Come on. Let's go. What's happening? No. I'll say no more. You must see with your own eyes. Words will only ruin it. Let's go. All right. Grabbing your hand, Social pulls you along almost at a run.
This is where I live. You've never been here before, have you?
Oh, you live in that weird house that had bismuth in it. Oh. Also, I like the portraits. So in universe, the character portraits are actually made by Social. That's pretty funny. The cozy canvas-filled studio smells of paint and incense.
I brought you here to show you my masterpiece. A painting into which I've poured my entire soul, my entire life, and all the talent given to me by the goddess.
He solemnly leads you to the triptych, and on the central panel you see yourself. On the two flanking panels, Social has depicted the Crusader army approaching an ominous citadel, but the painting looks neither like a heroic battle nor a formal portrait. Looking at it is like looking in a mirror. What you see is not a commander, a conqueror of demons, nor not a hero or a villain, but simply yourself. A mortal who has found himself in an incredible, impossible situation, but who lived through it, and managed to preserve his soul and find true love. That's clearly not what's going on there.
For a long time, I couldn't decide on the composition. But the most difficult part by far was painting you. Not one of the many roles you've had to play during this crusade. Not your powers, no matter how grand. The real you. I've been looking for the real you for so long.
The cleric sweeps his arm over his studio, and you can see countless sketches and drawings. Some of them are very simple. Your eyes, the curve of your lips, your fingers. Others portray entire scenes of your shared past.
An orchestra. Flower petals. What pretentious foolishness. You laughed at my attempts at romance that day, and immediately showed me what love really is. Back then, I thought you were cruel. But your coldness had more tenderness than all my books and ballads put together.
The cleric touches the canvas where you are depicted standing beside the city wall under a rain of flower petals.
The abyss hardens hearts. I lost part of my former self there. A young boy who smiled without a care, who believed in beautiful ballads. Surprisingly, it awoke in you an empathy I had not noticed before. In the midst of darkness and ugliness, you restored my faith in beauty and love.
Socio looks at a black and purple sketch view with the vague outlines of Illusionera's towers looming in the background.
We've been together for so long, an entire lifetime it seems. I've dreamed of the day when our love will move beyond the unity of souls to the unity of bodies. I have feared that day, but that day has never come. Could it be that...
Social takes your hand, his soft, delicate artist's fingers intertwine with yours. Bringing your palm to his lips, Social kisses it gently. The cleric looks into your eyes, a little embarrassed but determined, and leaves the unfinished question hanging. Look at the painting and chuckle meaningfully saying nothing. The painting is good, but has the same flaw as most of your works. Too much clothing. Our love is your true masterpiece. The painting is merely a reflection of our love in the material world, and I love your painting. You're a true master. You know what? Fuck it. He wants it. Let's do it.
Every person experiences love in their own way. Sometimes a portrait in full armor can express more passion than a nude. But if you really want it, I'm ready to paint you, clothed or not.
Wow, okay. Kiss social, wait until the wedding. You put off this moment for far too long, come here. Wow. Wow. This is, wow, very, very forthright, isn't it? It's also a very different tone from the other two romances so far, isn't it? Because Darren was like, the world is ours, we'll take it! And Wendell was like, yes, we will become true. You have to understand, you have to do this sick drug to truly understand me. And now we can become true warriors. And then this is, oh, let's get married. Let's do this one.
I wanted to ask you the same question. I wanted it so badly, and I was so afraid to ask. Yes. Of course, yes, 1,000 times, yes! But let's not wait for our wedding night to take what we have both wanted for so long. Let's take it now.
The cleric presses his lips against yours. Two hours. He's just lounging there. He's just lounging.
My way.
He's just having a good time. Oh man, that 2 hours on my bus ran off. I told you not to cast a spell in bed. Gosh. I would say though, he does have a similar issue to Shellin, which is fitting, isn't it? That's weird. So, one of the weird things about Shellin, God of Beauty, or Goddess of Beauty and True Love and whatever, and blah, 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 is that she's too good and too beautiful and too lovely at times. Like, not in, like, a flaw way, in, like, a, oh, I'm so perfect, kind of way. So, when you look at stuff related to her, it's always like, Shellin is too beautiful and too nice, and that's the problem, but not like a too forgiving of enemies kind of thing, but in like a Rovagug won't kill Shellin when he destroys the universe, when he escapes the prison. He'll stick Shellin in his eye so that she gets a front row seat as he destroys all reality because he loves her so much. Like, they're almost at the level, a lot of the gods are almost at the level of, like, OC Do Not Steal kind of parts of their portfolio. And Social kind of falls in that same thing where, like, if you don't do the romance with him, it is actually kind of a, like, oh, like, Social is, like, he's had his eyes opened by the war, he's no longer the naive boy, he's come out of it better than he was going into it. Like, he's coming out of the situation, technically speaking, better than he went in. Because now he has his eyes open, he's actually aware of what's going on in the world. He's no longer naive and, like, starry-eyed and all that. But if you romance him, apparently that doesn't happen, and he sort of remains, like, part of him is, the naivety is still gone a little bit, but it's just like, oh, the world is truly beautiful in the end. Ah, my love, I can see you at last. You shine brighter than all the stars in the night sky in your glowing constellation Aeon eyes. Ah, like that kind of thing. Bom, 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 bom. So, like, it's fitting for the character, I suppose, but the character, like, it doesn't make the character more interesting to me. It's not a... You've helped me... It's not like a... Okay, so it's kind of like a mix between, like... You know... Like, I wasn't saved by you, but, like, you've proven what I've always known to be the case. I'm no longer the naive, young, starry-eyed young lad anymore, but with your love, you've shown to me that I can be instead a slightly less naive, starry-eyed, older man. Instead of becoming more of a realist, but, like, realizing that there are still good things in the world. But no, like, love is still perfect, the true all, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Ta-da. There we go. Do. Rattle, Greybore, Windwog, Captain Odin. Everything's clear to me. I think... Do I have to go talk to Captain Odin now, or is that afterwards? No, I think I have to do that before I kill Koromaz's army over by Threshold. Then I can get his side quest done. God, I had a lot of units. Alright, use the Sacred Host, Economy, options, yep, okay, whatever. Do this later. Rank up. Do. Okay, get back here, campaign. Alright, this is fine. This is continue moving onwards. guess I can leave this one at the Sinister Mansion to guard enemies coming in from this side, since that's a good choke point. This one's also going to need a good choke point to stop demons from coming through. Ah yes, the Necromancer army that's hanging out here, along with the more undead. There we go. There we go, come up this way. Do-do-do, bum bum ba-da-da-dum. Alright, and I should probably also... Oh, it hasn't even been 2 weeks. I can't get anybody, that's why. I can't actually recruit any units right now because it hasn't even been long enough for me to recruit them. Alright, that's one entrance to the prison. Pop you over here. Alright. You're just gonna hang out there for the time being. You're gonna hang out there for the time being. Phaedosaurus's pin. Got another thing going on here. Unfortunately, this is the annoying, long, lengthy part where I have to do all this stuff before I can actually get into the rest of this area, because this is just like cleanup. I'm just doing a bunch of cleanup right now to get things dealt with. Oof. Well, goodbye to Winter Sun. It's time for the theater! Alright, well, thanks for stopping by. I'll see you later. Yep, there's the cannon. My heart burns with courage. But the pony. Okay, we're good. We're good. It's fine. We're good. We're fine. Okay. A little scary. Cool. Takes care of that. Back to the Citadel to take care of more business. Boy, this effortless crusade mod is real necessary. Who are these champions of the abyss? Why can't we accept help from everyone? Something about Last Wall. Something about the Lodge. Blood Ragers. Alright, good. Time to talk to him. Get out there. Oh yeah, I gotta go talk to the storyteller too. Forgot about him. Oh hey, Koliarit Inevitables. All of you, the multiple of you. There he goes. A new commander has been recruited, Captain Odin. A rather general, I suppose. Alright, let's see, Galfrey's letter. I see you violated the laws of this world. It's time to confess.
Really? Am I guilty of something?
The storyteller ponders for a moment.
I wish I could confess everything, Commander. But alas, I don't remember what I'm guilty of. I've lived a long life and forgotten many things, but if I were told what my crime was, I would accept my punishment. Believe me, I want to discover my wrongdoing as much as you do.
You want to see the stone knife again? Frowning, the storyteller stands for a while, holding the knife. Finally, he returns the weapon to you and says heavily,
No question. The knife is made from the hindering crystal. No, not made. The stone is the hardened blood of a demon lord. Considering it, you found it in the square in Devastated Canobras. The blood certainly belonged to Discari and was shed in battle.
Restore this relic for me. Sketching arcane symbols with his hands, the storyteller begins to reforge the damaged helmet. The hides turn into straps, and the metal into armor plates, which are tempered in a mixture of demon blood and magic essence.
The owner of this item was called the Shy Lily. He was a murderer. No, he was a master of the art of slaughter, a missionary of violence, whose deeds were a source of delight and horror. But even his fame made it when he met a truly destructive power.
Shy Lily's helmet. Oh, tell me about Terendelev. Oh, right, this is normal Terendelev. Can you say anything about Terendelev's feature? Okay, what is Shy Lily's helmet? Shy Lily's helmet. This helmet is viewed with demonic powers. The wearer gets +4 profane bonus to strength. Whoa! Yes, yeah. Yeah. +4 profane bonus to strength. That's really good. And while I'm at it, you got Mithril Full Plate +4. Not much is going to give you more AC than that. Not much is going to be better than that right now, honestly. That is a pretty good helmet. Whoa. That is well worth the materials and, like, trying to even get it. A gift to your commander sounds like insubordination to me. Apologies, Commander. Ah, come on, Wilster. I didn't mean that. It was come on, Wilster, man. Come on. Well, where'd you get this trident, Commander? Oh, I took it off of Mephistopheles. the ruler of Cana in hell. But don't worry about it. Just sell it. It's fine. It's not worth that much. Oh yeah, keeping this one. Thank you for the cash. Excellent. All right, now that's taken care of.
I do what
All right, so Captain Odin has been talked to. I talked to the storyteller. Let's go. What the fuck am I gonna fight in Is? As soon as I'm done with this, I can go to Is. I'm very excited. There we go. Okay, we got... Let's see here. I think a Mountain Warden would probably be a good spot to hang out with an army. I'm actually going to split this one off into two. I'll send another general to this one. Because I'm going to need one army to hang out here, and then another army to hang out, like, over here or over here. Because I need to block every point of access from the demons in order to keep this running nice and smooth. Yeah, you can go back to Castle Desires. This should be a good spot to have everybody sit. Castle Desires will block anything coming from there. Lands of Yath Watch will block anything coming from that direction. Sinister Mansion can block anything coming from here. Deathbridge, nothing hits Deathbridge. I don't need to worry about Deathbridge. I'm going to send a detachment over to Camp of the Mammoth Lords. Captain Odin. This Camp of the Mammoth Lords always gets attacked. Let's see, Camp of the Mammoth Lords. I can send one. I'm probably going to have to send a unit over to Gloomy Gorge, and then one over here. Stop things from coming over to Dresden. Let's attach more units here. Alright, so that one's going to be moving to Camp of the Mammoth Lords. This one's moving to Gloomy Gorge. I'll have to move one just off into the area like here-ish. This one I'm going to need a bunch of units just hanging around in this area too, come to think of it. So I have one unit hanging out in Tyrant's Keep. I'll have this one move out over here for the time being. This one's going to move over to here, because this is another pain point. And then there's Necromancer's Grave, which I don't think anything's going to sit in, but might not hurt just to check. Be on the safe side there. Oh, yeah, I got a bunch of units here. Can't forget about those. Alright, let's split off a couple of these. Earth Elementals. Earth Elementals, you're going to go sit over here in Cave Citadel. That works. I'll have the Air Elementals sit over in Lanziath's Watch. Or Water Elementals, whichever ones. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so is there any place else I need to put some units? Should be good. A camp on the ferry could use something. So let's send the fire elementals there. Okay, fire elementals get sent over to camp on the ferry. I want to say that's probably everything, but I know it isn't. Fate to the Face Stealer's Mask. Let's see. Proceed morale. Okay, urgent meeting, whatever. Okay, you're going to hang out in Necromancer's Grave then, I think. I don't know where else I was moving you. Let's move you up here for the moment. Perfect. The Mammoth Lords, good stuff. Bloomy Gorge, good stuff. Okay, let's move you guys. Gonna go hang out over here in Tyrant's Keep. Keep that one nice and cozy. You're just gonna hang out literally right here. This is your only job. Honestly, you know what? I can have you sit over here instead. I think Lanziath Watch is going to have something covering it. Let's have you sit here. That's effectively the biggest pain point for that area, because that blocks everything coming from the south. Everything else down south is going to have something blocking it. Okay, that one's in Lanziath Watch now. Good stuff. Let's go through all the army units. 1, 2. Oh, hello. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's in place. Looks good. Now that we're almost cleared out, I think we're actually cleared out on the world map in general, but I should probably do a quick check just to make sure, because I'm 90% sure I've cleaned it out. The pattern of cosmic forces entwined around Galarian hurts your eyes with its imperfection. Chaos, which should not be present, presses on your shoulders like a mountain. It cries out in its strangeness, being completely alien to this world. Perhaps it's time to summon the forces of order to these lands. Launch your counter-invasion to offset the existence of the world wound. On the one hand, it would restore the shattered equilibrium, but on the other, wouldn't it violate the original design that states the material plane must always remain the domains of mortals? Yet the existing breach of the cosmic order is already a violation, is it not? Perhaps the time has come to call the forces of Axis for aid. Open the portals and release the countless legions into Galarian. Make Dresden the staging point for their offensive. The Aeon in the reflection patiently watches you, is waiting. Consider the argument for both solutions. According to the grand design, the material plane is the domain of mortals. Only they can decide its fate, and serious prohibitions limit the intervention of other planes. An Aeon must absorb these prohibitions and not allow anyone to violate them. Not the forces of Abaddon, nor the servants of Hell or the Abyss, not even the powers of Order itself. And yet, the damage done to Galarian by Aurilu Vorlesh appears to be too great. The balance is shifted towards chaos, but you can even the scales by turning Dresden into an Axis stronghold. Mortals are no strangers to chaos and cannot stop its onslaught, but Axis can. You will establish a bastion of order here. Your agents will root out the very idea of crime and disobedience from the minds of mortals, and bind them into a network of uniform thought. Your eyes will be everywhere, and no criminal will be able to escape them. Those who refuse to reject chaos will not be chastised. They will be remade. This is how you will forge a weapon capable of ending the world wound. That seems bad. I could proclaim these lands anything whatsoever, and then what? It's nothing but words. The Aeon's decree is more than mere words. It is the will of the cosmos. What you say, so it will be. You know this to be true. All generals gain the Bane of Demons ability. I proclaim these lands a mortal realm. The law will not be broken. Yeah, that's the better option just in general. Bane of Demons. Enemy demon units take power times power plus 5d6 and magic damage every round. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, honestly. But at the same time, that's super not good. The plane of creation reflected in your mirror remains the same, but feels more resilient than before. Your words become a tiny snowflake that fell into Maelstrom and covered it with a thin layer of frost. Your will is the guardian of the original design. Hello, horse. Commander, we killed him! As long as heroes like our soldiers are protecting Galarian's borders, I wouldn't recommend showing up here uninvited. Welcome to Earth. Greatest General of the Abyss is undone. Let's see. Arm to the Teeth feat. Provides 3 luck bonus to damage. Let's get that. Hooray! Hello, criminal. I'm demoting you to the rank of private and sending you to the front lines. You can redeem yourself in battle. Hooray! Alright, so what am I missing? Leadership? No. Leadership? No. Logistics, I'm still waiting on. Logistics is still there. Hold on a moment, I probably have to take this. Okay, I guess not. Okay, Tiefling's rights. Let's do Monster Slayers. World Researchers. Shouldn't have done that one. It's fine. There we go. Those are the demons I was looking for. Yeah, that one's in position. And that one's in position here. This one just has to go into position over here to block the path. Good, everything is set now. Dresden is now safe from outside attacks. Good. Good stuff. Okay, gotta wait for Tiefling's rights to tick over. Good stuff. And, now I guess I have to start dealing with these. The two blades. Ah. Good stuff. So Sela's quest is about to tick over. Excellent, excellent. No. Relics. Okay, Bardiche, Slingstaff, or Trident. Let's go with the Bardiche. Why not? Relics. Heartblood. Tough. Proceed morale. Eradicate the anomaly. What is this? Ah. Let's make a amulet. Yep, new thing for the Aeon to do. Got some more meetings to take care of, as per usual. I wonder how this is going to work with Janice since I sent her to jail this time. Bum, bum. Another Aeon task. You turn your gaze inward and realize that a strange feeling has been living in your heart for some time. Is this a call? A message? Someone's cry directed to you through space? As you grow deeper into yourself and embrace this feeling, your sense of self grows more tenuous while the call grows stronger. With a sudden clarity, you realize the time for change has come. The cosmos is ready to correct the mistake made by Aurilu Vorlesh. The Bethos Aeons, guardians of the borders between planes, have gathered into legions and wait for just one thing: an invitation. If you give the signal, they will arrive to correct the error in the equation. Perhaps they should have done so earlier. The Axiomites, inhabitants of Axis, have grown tired of waiting for the Aeons to intervene in this conflict. They have assembled a mighty host, the menacing Inevitables, to fight the tide of chaos that invaded Galarian. But they cannot violate the ban imposed upon them. You must first request their aid. Only then can they help you. You see two powerful forces standing still as they await your decision. You are presented with a choice. Assess possible allies. The inhabitants of Axis are creatures of order. They are mathematics made flesh, cold calculations, and living logic. As creatures of ultimate expediency, they forged special creations to battle chaos, which they named the Inevitables. These beings lack souls, but possess sophisticated artificial minds and powerful bodies created to withstand the forces of chaos. They are ideal soldiers in your campaign against the World Wound. The Bethos Aeons are allies of a different kind. They do not align themselves with the primal forces of the universe, but maintain balance between them. They are the guardians of the cosmos, tasked with ensuring the planar architecture remains exactly as it was created, and that time does not cease to flow. The World Wound is a critical error, a corruption of the universal design linking two planes through an unnatural bond. The Bethos mission is to break it. Though it be advantageous, it is not possible to summon both the Aeons and the Axis host. The Bethos Aeons will consider an Axis invasion of the mortal plane a transgression, much like the demonic one. No arguments would convince them otherwise. Both the Aeons and the inhabitants of Axis would have long ago intervened in the conflict raging on the material plane, if it were not a violation of the rules laid down at the foundation of the cosmos. This plane belongs to mortals, and mortals must decide its fate. Yet the combined weight of your mortal deeds has finally proved great enough to give rise to equally great consequences. In this war, Aeons and Axis warriors will not impose their will on the mortals, but will act according to your will. This way the law will not be broken, and the fate of the material plane will still be decided by a mortal. Bethos Aeons, powerful utility spellcasters. Wow, that's a lot of health. Features and abilities. Banishment. Deals power times d6 times unit number magic damage to the target non-summoned unit. Deals that much damage. 66. Holy shit, that's a lot of damage. To the target summoned unit. Slow. Haste. Thunder Tread. Unit receives -4 penalty to attack for the next turn and deals attack damage to all enemy units within a radius of 2 squares. Blow Through. Unit receives a -4 penalty to attack on its next attack. Its next melee attack will deal full attack damage to the target and half attack damage to all enemy units in a cone behind the target. Okay. Teleport. Can teleport. Aging Strike. Units attacks apply -3 penalty to strength, dexterity, and constitution. That's really strong. That's really strong. Call the Axis Army, which summons a single Colruyt Inevitable. Shield Wall ability. Is that really it? Armored unit, Grand Tier unit, Infantry unit, Mythic unit. I'm going to go with the Bethos. The cosmic patterns rotate in a cycle of perfect harmony. Flowers of white-hot plasma bloom in black fields of nothingness. Energies, time, and souls flow in intricate currents, intertwining but never merging. This is the grand design. The Aeon in the reflection will not allow the design to be disrupted. It will summon its kin and correct what needs correction. The Aeon is looking at you, through you, into you. It remains calm because you did everything correctly. You are doing everything correctly because this is your nature. Nice. Say sup, criminal? Criminal? Oh, it's Arsino. There she is. Hello, criminal. Figure approaches you, but it takes you a moment to recognize who it is. Jana, the ill-fated deserter from the Eagle Watch. She looks very different from the last time you saw her. She is calm and collected, though her face is a little pale, and you notice a scar on her right temple, jagged and fresh. Jana, you're here! Yeah, I'm here, Jana falters, and then blurts out, how can you be smiling at someone? Commander, I know about the stolen souls. I want to help you search for them. Come to ask you if you'll let me join you and seal on this mission. Please give me another chance. How'd you end up in Dresden? No, I definitely punished you. I definitely sent you to jail. Your soul still has the aura of a criminal, but I'm willing to trust you. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go with Ellen and help him. That's weird. I definitely sent her to jail. That's strange.
We do it my way.
I don't... That's weird. Jenna was in jail. That's very weird. Alright, more army cleanup stuff. Okay, army. Call the Aeon. Swarm. Good stuff. Okay, Cursed Barge. Shellen. Voice stronger allows to maintain its power. This is for only bardic performances. Power word spells. That's really good. Power word spells increase by 150%. Okay, development. Outpost to Bastion, economy. Might as well do this. Logistics is still being worked on. Okay, call the Aeons. 15 days. Let's see here. Drake training. What is this? Drake poison? Why not? Acquisitions is almost done. There we go. Relics. Okay, diplomacy is doing work. Studying unusual crystal. Might as well do this. Nemesis brand. +5 vicious weapon. Deals initial equals number hits multiplied by 3. Flaming burst. I'm just waiting for logistics to take over. Okay, got a mask. Okay, relics. There's pin. It's fire. It's poison. There we go. Bishop losses. Okay, are we finally... this is nothing. Relics. Got those ones. Okay. Sneak attack damage. Build paranoia. Adjacent ally. That one's pretty good. Okay, Face Stealer's Mask. What do I do? Cleanse the Spirit, Mental Perfection +4. That's what I want. That is 100% what I want. Come on. Under Retribution. Winged Skull, why not? Okay. Fate of Batman's Fire has been set. Let's make gloves, maybe? Go, keep that one going. Command, Feast of the Sacred Host, Army. Economy, requisitions. Do I have to do requisitions again? I might have to. Now let's slap one of these down. What's the date again? What's the date for the secret ending again? What do I have to do for this again? I need to be what date? Gosran. Ah, so it's actually close. It's the 4th month. It's April. A druid. Ignite inner fire, where suffers 2d6 fire damage. Around, but deals same amount enemies. Yeah, why not? Okay, relics are all set. Might as well go take care of some business, even though I don't know why it's not triggering the thing I need. I do still need to get that stuff from the place anyway, and I'm gonna run out of time as it is. Well, I can always turn back time if I need to. Oh, hi! Oh, yeah, it's time. Sick. There we go. It's all set. Let's get out of here.
Follow if you dare.
Finally, it's time to head to Iz. What is the root of a trail? Ah, right. I might as well talk to him so I can get Sav Malik's location on the map as well. Okay, Chief Soul is over here. Alright, before I forget, I need to equip a second Midnight Bolt. And apparently there's a bunch of spells I can also learn here. There we go. Just gotta make sure I'm properly equipped, you know? Just in case. Well, not just in case. We are literally fighting a Demon Lord in a minute. I just want to talk a criminal now. Why are you a criminal now? Something happened? Alright. Takes care of that.
I do what I must.
Boom, 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 boom. Alright. So, where to first? Well, obviously Iz. Although Polaris Falls is also right there. So, let's see. Desolate Thicket. There's the Ineluctable Prison. Spear of Nightmares. There's Iz. Polaris Falls, I think, is actually sort of on the way, right? Where is it? Where was it? It's over here someplace. Where is it? Hold on. There it is. It's kind of on the way. So let's... Yeah, might as well. Apparently I keep ending on this map, on this thing for some reason. Okay, so what's this one called? It's called Camp Ferry. Let's try if Ferry is a location I can get on the map. Nope. How about camp? Krennic Camp. Sela Camp. No. How about Kulura? There we go. Problem solved. I wasn't sure if that would work. Might as well do this because it's nice and quick.
I'm gone.
We won't fall here. I swear it.
Good. This will be quick.
Corpulent Specters. Alright, now it's going to be Earth Elementals. No?
We do it my way.
I guess the Elementals were a different part. There it is.
Done.
Oh, that reminds me. I'm using this Headband of Intelligence plus 6. That's cool. That actually looks really cool. I'm not even going to bother with the daggers because they're not for me. They're for someone else's mythic path. I'll figure out what's up with those later. For right now, though, I got this.
It's either us or them.
Hello, criminals. Oh, hi, this is Vralkai over there. What's up? Eesh. 4 levels from the horse again? Come on.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Okay, so what was the order again? It was... follower... Okay, no, it wasn't. So it's... Stranger... Pack... Patriarch... Rider, daughter... Newlyweds? Was it follower? Okay, I don't remember. Let's look up. I could just figure it out again. But I just don't. I've done this already. Okay, newlywed. Oh, it goes the other direction. Newlywed, daughter, rider, patriarch, pack, follower. Newlywed, daughter... Yeah, rider, patriarch, pack, follower. There we go.
Follow if you dare.
Ooh, more spells. Oh, that you get a clear thought tome in here too. Fancy.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
So let's just copy those spells over real quick. You get the books for intelligence. That's it, right? Yeah, it is. Plus for bonus to a knit. Probably should give this to Wendwog. Here, take that one. And a bag of holding. I never did buy a bag of holding. Alright, now if I remember correctly, Nura should be here. There she is. I won't let you die.
We are the light. They are the darkness.
Bye, Nura. Thanks for stopping by. Ooh, Knowledge World.
That was easy.
And away she goes.
I do what I must.
Northern Lights. Loot Murtasafin. Again. Oh, I didn't actually kill him that one time, did I? Pick the lock.
I finished here. Is there more?
Excellent. That takes care of everything here.
I'm gone.
I believe there's nothing else of any real note in here besides, like, a room with a couple items in it. There's a room with some small weapons and armor and such, and I think that's about it.
Follow if you dare.
Like, there's nothing of real note here, which is why I'm still going around and picking it all up. Hey, look, it's a dagger. Alright, onwards we go. I don't care about Galu. Righto. Oh, come on, man. Really? Blood lightning? Now? Rude.
Do not fear. Do not quench.
There's something here. I do what I must.
Da-da-da. Not a whole lot here worth grabbing. There's a bunch of enemies, though. And you know what? XP is always appreciated. XP is always appreciated. It's never not appreciated.
What's that there?
Danger ahead!
All the way up there? Really? That? Can't believe that's not anything. Alright, away we go. Onwards to Is. Which, I've repaired the cape. I've repaired the Bound of Possibilities. So I don't have to worry about that. I've got that set. Doop, doop, doop. Alright, let's see here. Let's teleport right there. Time to go in. Is time to finish this part of the fight. Yeah. I'm gonna save right here just in case. It is time for time travel. Just because I don't know what's gonna happen. Alakarilu, what's up?
Is the Lady Ariel? I'm interested in not.
I'm afraid ending this nightmare won't be as simple as that.
Yes, I recognize it. I suppose I turned this afflict. Perhaps it. And I received a dose of nostalgia for days long past. Most no. I am here to give you a warning. Many of your the city is
Advice from
turn back.
Again with the levels! Again with the level drain to the poor horse! Is this really necessary? There they are. Hey look, it's Hull Run. Alright, they'll go do that stuff. Wait a second. There's an entire conversation there about, like, they're here hunting, Terendelev. So what's he gonna say now? I just realized that there is actually a difference in conversation that happens. Also, I wish I could clear this weather.
I'm gone.
Yeah, this is right before her.
Lady Ari.
I'm afraid ending this.
Yes, I recognize. I suppose I should. Oh, I turned this perhaps it. And I received a dose of nostalgia for days long. Regret.
That's not true.
I wish I could answer them now, but I can't. No, I am many. The sit. Turn.
Okay. So, now... There's gotta be a way to turn off the weather, right? Thank God. It looks like it's doing it. Hi. Where are you headed? Our scouts have located a demon lair nearby, a whole unit. Her Majesty has sent us to deliver a preemptive strike. We'll kill them now before they get the chance to hiss in the rear. Where's Galfrey? Fighting. A giant demon was spotted in Is. Oh, interesting. Where's the Sword of Valor? Okay, so instead of Terendelev now, it's just a big old demon. Cool, got it.
We do it my way.
I mean, that makes sense. It's not quite as dramatic as having, having a former friend turn into an undead fighting, but, you know, it does the job.
Glad I was useful to you. I finished here. Is there more?
Oh, hi.
We won't fall.
Mythic Rock Assassin.
Swear it.
Well, not for long. Show up. Oh, there it goes.
Follow.
I'm not complaining. Oh, hello.
Everything is prepared. Good.
Wait, what?
This time, the Abyss has released a particularly dangerous beast, and we can... It can't be! Commander, there is much we need to discuss.
Why, hello.
Queen Galfrey, ruler of Mende, blinded by your pride, you sought to prolong your youth and lead the crusade for all eternity. Your actions are a violation of human nature. Justice shall be restored. You peer at Galfrey through the eyes of the Aeon. Her soul and body are nothing but clusters of matter before you. You will them to connect with the unstoppable flow of time, and you watch as their bright light grows dim. You look at Galfrey with your own eyes once more, and you see the same regal, proud woman with piercing eyes, but the imprint of her years is now visible. The sleepless nights, the sorrowful hours, the heavy thoughts have furrowed her brow.
So, this day has come. I thought I would only allow myself to age once I had triumphed. But your actions have proven to me that I have grown stagnant in my pride. I thought I was the only one who could overcome the wound. Could it be that all these years I have been blocking the path for someone who truly was destined to win? There's no way to know now. But it is my belief that you will succeed where I failed. Just don't repeat my mistakes.
She lifts her sword and looks at her reflection in the blade. I'd like to point out as well, the voice actress has actually added a little bit like the old granny voice to the normal voice, which is, wow, really good.
Why? What kind of justice is this?
Funny.
Holy shit.
Darren stands frozen as he observes Galfrey's metamorphosis. A quiet outburst escapes his lip, and it sounds suspiciously like, holy shit.
This is unexpected. Your abilities continue to develop. I wonder what other magical effects and processes you can unmake with such ease. This world could use... how do I put this? A purge.
Queen, allow me to report. I've succeeded in my mission.
I thank you, Commander. You are the command. I believe I do owe you a certain... And now...
Well. Hey, sup, guys? Oh, Seela's not there? Okay, whatever. Zellerin. It's not Tarandulev, it's Zellerin. Interesting.
Huh? What's that?
Devitalizer.
There's something here.
I've been expecting this. This is no time or place for confessions. On the other, I have seen many more years than any. You awakened the first human emotions I had felt in a long time. It amazes me that I have found someone in this world who doesn't have 1,000 complaints and rebukes for me. What amazes me even more is that this someone has every right to rebuke me. Not badly enough to be called a disaster, but not well enough to... This was a...
It was a brilliant decision.
Imprudence.
I had no doubt...
Yes, I am predictable.
Don't blame yourself, Your Majesty.
Here is where we must...
Okay, Ursula, please come over here for a
I'm
second.
trusting you.
Do this.
I finished here. Is there more? I'm glad I was
Excellent.
useful to you.
I'm off.
Alright, now I need to head over here to the Temple of Stone Manuscripts. Yeah. Whatever. Anamor is ruining all the books. How many more fucking negative levels do you have to stack on this poor horse? Jeez. Okay, Socio, do you have any of those prepared right now, just real quick? Yes, you do. Here, give some to the poor horse. The horse is in bad shape. That poor horse keeps getting negative leveled. Now, you know what? Everyone also join up over here real quick. While you're at Socio, please just do this. There you go, that's all I need.
I'm gone.
Oh, it's fucking Blade Barrier! Of course it's fucking Blade Barrier. The worst spell in the game for this shit. I really wish Blade Barrier was just not in the game. It's so annoying.
I finished here. Is there more?
We do it my way.
Like, Blade Barrier wouldn't be a problem if it didn't last for like an hour. If it had a duration of minutes per level, or not even minutes per level, if it had a duration of rounds per level, it would be fine. But it's hours. Or, no, wait, it's 10 minutes per level or something. Either way, it's way too long. I'm just trying to get over here, because I know that's where the Devourer, or Devastator, whatever it's called, is. Calm down, Trevor.
My friends.
Okay, I know it's around here someplace, right? There it is. It's right there.
Don't hold back.
Sup? Oh wow, this is a clusterfuck. There's even Dyrachni behind me. There we go. Problem solved. We got Vralakai here, Valor Ravagers.
I'm gone.
Great Club of Sacred Cinders. This next one saves against disruption effect. Wow. That's actually impressive. Whenever the wielder of this +5 Great Incinerating Disruption Great Club lands a hit on an undead enemy, the enemy suffers from Holy Flame for 3 rounds. Holy Flame deals 1d6 holy damage per round, applies a -2 penalty on all saves, and also applies a -2 penalty on saves against the disruption effect. In addition, this Great Club grants its wielder a +12 confidence bonus on lore religion skill checks, which is, wow. That would be really good if there was anything undead that I'm going to fight later on, which was worth the amount of stuff that gives you against undead. Like, what actually is there to fight that's undead at this point in the game? I don't know. I don't think there's anything. There's a basement over here I can go into real quick. Staunton's there! How about that? So that's why he wasn't in Dresden.
I finished here. Is there more?
Alright, well I'm gonna hit the basement right here, because I don't remember what's in here. At all. Period. Straight up. Also, Socio, could you just... Thank you. Oops. Whatever. To the basement. I don't remember what's in this basement at all. Oh, now I remember.
Something is not right here.
There's a little just minor side area.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Got these little bits of treasure. There's this thing over here, which is, you know, if you want to take a nap. Might as well use one of the apprentice lockpicks.
I finished here. Is there more?
Alright, into the room. Is adamantine golems. You know, as you do.
I finished here. Is there more?
Wrath of the Creator. +5 Keen Construct Bane. So we're +6 opponent. No, wow. That's really good for dwarves. It'd be really good if, I guess I'd probably, if I wanted to, I could probably spec Greyborn into Dwarven Urgrosh. It's not too far off. Really? Let's get rid of the weather. Come on, man. Blade Barrier's still hanging out. There's Galfrey. Actually, you know what? It's probably faster to go this way. Take the skill check route back up there.
There's something here.
Isn't there? Yeah, there it is.
Ah, a test of my abilities.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
I thought I recognized this area.
I finished here. Is there more?
Ah, that just drops me out over here. Cool. Alright, now take this back to here. There's a couple of Vivakias, I think, in the way. Actually, hold up. Where is that?
Skills are absolute.
Oh, now.
We will win this war.
Oh, hold up. Before you walk directly into the trap there, whatever it is.
I sense something.
Take a second to disable that.
I finished here. Is there more? I'm glad I was useful to you.
It'd be really interesting if this game actually did have multiplayer. You could do it. Old Baldur's Gate had it too. You just, you know, a bunch of people controlling characters in the party. I don't feel like it would work particularly well, but you could do it.
Is what I was made for.
I've seen one.
I finished here. Is there more?
Yeah, there's plenty. Don't worry about that. Okay, I think this is where the Vivakias are. Someplace around here, if I remember correctly. And I think this gives you a view of the area over there where the Queen's fighting. Yeah. Where there's no longer a dragon corpse. Don't worry about it. Okay. It's in here now. Temple of Stone Manuscripti. Huh. It's not very...
Interesting.
It's not very, buggy in here, which is unusual.
I finished here. Is there more?
Yeah, there's the glass key shards. To do all. What? That's weird. How did that glitch out like that? I've suddenly got a glass key in my inventory. What? Whoa, that's crazy. Who would have thunk? Why not level up the Mythic thingy? Just haven't felt like it. Also, hi, Okolokoko. How are you doing? That is a fun name to say, I gotta say.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Also, I'm not entirely sure what I'm gonna do with the level up for most of my characters. Good to hear. Good to hear you're doing well. Like, for Sela, I think this is the Mythic ability, yeah. Mythical Beast, Last Stand. Like, I really don't know what to grab for a lot of these people. I kind of have the just regular things here, and then I just do whatever. I guess I can make myself unstoppable. Yeah. That's what I get for a lot of these characters. Is it? Wordplay on what? I'm not... It's like fun to say. It's like a fun little blah 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 kind of thing, but I don't know what it is. So I got Greater Abundant Casting, Ascendant Summons. Yeah, Domain Zealot. Oh! Okay. Cool. I didn't know it was an actual word. Big shot, range. Go with that one. Cleaving shot, bigger they are. Ranging shot, distracting shot. There's not really much else I can do here, because that's kind of everything. Sure, Last Stand. Why not? I see. Cool. What language is that?
I do what I must.
Hello, Anamora. Ah, okay, cool. Also, let me just do something here real quick, because I haven't been doing this. I think it's a bit unnecessary, but why not? Yeah, that was totally unnecessary.
I'm gone.
Strength damage. Strength damage. Strength damage. Come on.
I finished here.
Oh.
Is there more?
Oh, Sea Mantle. Nice. Well, Seal at the very least, I'm pretty sure has some level of restoration available. She's a paladin. How'd she take strength damage?
Let me help.
Weird. Oh yeah. Good to hear that you're having a good day today. I'm just taking a brief stroll through here, you know, enjoying the weather, seeing the sights, the smells, the demon stench, etc., etc. Staunton's over here too. I'm gonna see what's up with him. You guys seem to be doing well. The Crusader camp is now a battlefield. The dry land of the wound has been nourished with the blood of mortals and demons. Standing next to the flagpole is Staunton, who is calmly bandaging his lacerated arm.
Commander, praise Torag. I never believed for a moment that the Abyss had claimed you. I should know, you of all people are more than a match for it.
That's how we deal with filth like you. Halvern shakes his fist at the ruins of Iz. Better run back to your Abyss now. We'll slaughter every one of you. No. The main stat for an Oracle is Charisma. Wisdom is for Clerics. I think actually every single spontaneous caster uses Charisma as their main stat. Like, Oracle, Sorcerer. Arcanist uses Charisma as a main stat. Arcanist has a split in Charisma, but Charisma is... Int is level, and I think number of casts? Charisma is like the number of slots you get, if I remember correctly. Or maybe the number of slots is... thing. Actually, I think Charisma might just be tied to the, Arcanist abilities. Ember is a spontaneous witch archetype, which uses Charisma to cast. I'm trying to think if there's any other ones, but I have a feeling that every single one of them does use Charisma to cast, or has Charisma as a main stat at the very least. Bard. Wait, no, Bard is prepared, isn't it? No, Bard is... Wait, Bard is spontaneous, but Arrow Song Minstrel is prepared. I think. But that's also a weird one because it uses a different spell list to prepare spells. I don't remember offhand. Anyway, Bard I'm pretty sure is also one. Oh, Blood Rager also uses Charisma, is also a spontaneous caster. Paladin is prepared, but does use Charisma. So if it's not if it has Charisma, it's a spontaneous caster. It's if it's a spontaneous caster, it probably uses Charisma. Anyway, back to what I'm doing here. Who are you? Three level of Zen Archer with something wisdom-based that can combine spell book with Angel. Interesting. I guess your only option in that case would probably be Cleric. Cleric's the Wisdom caster, and I'm pretty sure Angel only is compatible with 9th level spells from Divine Casters, which would be Cleric and Oracle. Zen Archer is an interesting pick for that. You don't lose any BAB. You do get the Wisdom to AC, which is not bad. You get to Flurry with Bows, which is not bad. If you do, depending on your domain pick for Cleric as well, you could get some things that would... Yeah, exactly. Wisdom to do range attack damage, and then you can get various buffs for your stuff, like if you worship Aristil or something. Yeah. Well, you can get different things that'll give you, bonuses to ranged attack with bows. Too bad you can't use it with War Priest. Because War Priest is not a 9th level caster. Because that would be great. You could get Sacred Fist, or you can get Sacred Weapon on your bow and just have that one just scale your damage up. Also, who's Nistra? I don't remember who Nistra is. Nistra Flamefinger. What? Wait, Nistra? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a little annoying that it's a bit restrictive there. I think Nistra is the person who takes over Order of the Flame after Claim gets burned. What the fuck is going on with this playthrough?
There you are, Commander. Praise the good gods we survived. Well, it was a close one. I dread to think how this fight would have ended if we hadn't had Staunton on our side.
Glory to the Crusade. It's a little... something weird's going on right now. The timelines are bleeding over in weird ways. Inquisitor Angel... I don't know, I'd have to see what Angel actually does. Inquisitor is a class that, like, I'm interested in, but I never really tried, because it's like a weird... It's a weird thing that's all about using specifically the judgments and all that whole thing, and I just never learned the subsystems for it. Staunton gazes up at the banner streaming in the wind. He looks tired, and blood seeps through the bandages on his arm.
Greetings, Commander. I promised to defend the banner, and that's what I did.
He examines you closely.
You've changed. Almost like you become something more than just a mortal body of flesh and blood.
Why'd you go with the Queen?
I swore that I would defend the banner, no matter the cost. It's going to break my oath. I was not going to break my oath. I'll never forget that we almost lost the banner because of my foolishness. I came very close to making a terrible mistake. That's why I now protect the banner. It's my duty to keep it safe. When the banner left Dresden, I left as well.
What happened after I left?
We waited for you to come back.
Wait, I'm losing him.
Minago!
Okay.
We waited for you to come back. Life went on as usual, but we prayed for your safe return.
Wait, no, I'm losing it. I'm losing the accent. I'm losing the accent. God, okay, let me see here. God, I can't do it. I can't do it. I've lost the voice. I'm just gonna do a generic dwarf.
I never thought I'd die.
No, wait, no, I can't do it. I can't do the voice.
Bracky! Come along, Dory.
There, that'll do.
We waited for you to come back. Life went on as usual, but we pray for your safe return. The Queen instructed the priests to hold vigils, and we asked the goddess to watch over you. We hope that our prayers would aid you, that our Omni's light would guide you in the dark abyss.
Well, no, he actually left. He ditched me.
Eventually, the Queen held one final service, your funeral. Everyone presumed you were dead. We said our goodbyes to you and left.
Staunton gazes off into the distance.
The Queen was wise. You have to learn how to let go, even when it's someone you love. You just have to keep moving forward and never look back. Forgive me if I'm rambling. Anyway, we had to reach Iz before it was too late. The Queen decided to bring the banner with her. She believed it would help the troops in battle, so I followed her and the banner.
Thanks, Staunton. Really appreciated. Also, Nissa, what's up with...
Together we stand.
What's up with you, Nistra? Why are you here? Alright, well, whatever. Let's go.
The world has suffered enough.
I can't... I'm a little disappointed with myself. I can't do dwarf anymore.
There's something here.
I finished here. Is there
Not
more?
that I was ever particularly good at it, but...
I'm glad
Like,
I
it's
was
gone.
useful to
I've lost it. I can't do the... I can't channel the inner...
Please, allow me.
I can't channel the inner, beard man
finished here.
anymore.
Is there more?
Dory. I'm gonna have to play some more Vermintide. That's the only way to solve this problem. I had to play some more Vermintide in order to properly adjust my mental picture, so I can get the, because it's like a weird pseudo-Scottish, right?
We do it my way.
It's like pseudo-Scottish accent. Hold on, it's like, whoop, no.
I will defend my dream.
Can I think here? So it's like, Irish is like...
Is there more?
Irish is like, Saints preserve us.
Follow if you dare.
Oh, I'm going to have a pint over at the pub. And Scottish is... Scottish, it's not...
Interesting.
It's not Scottish in like a... Sean Connery style. You're delirious. Indy, that's what we named the dog. It's...
I'm glad I was useful to you.
God, I'm trying to...
I finished here.
I'm off.
Is there more?
We named the dog... Okay.
I finished
that.
here. Is there
Indiana.
more?
Named it after the dog. What was Indiana Jones' real name again? I don't remember. And then you have like,
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Aye, that'll do. Toss me. Did I not pick up anything there? Commander. We had a long time waiting for you. There's also a lot of demons in the way. It was really unfortunate that you had to disappear for 6 months. No, it's not doing it. I'm not doing it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I've lost it. I've lost the Scottish. Mangling Frenzy. Physical Perfection +4 grants us where DR3/dash an additional 46 slashing damage every critical hit while the wearer is raging, including Demonic Rage. Wow, that's really good, actually. So let me go over here. What are you currently wearing? Thunderous Charging? That's great. Okay, where is that? Russian has spent too much time in Scotland, just started to become native.
Guide me, friend.
Huh. That's an... Okay, let me see. Let me see if I can channel that. Okay, so Russian would be like... Da, comrade. It is time for...
Is there more?
It is time to enjoy vodka. Because vodka is Russian water. We love... We love it. Da, you know, it's vodka. Hey, lad. Wait. Okay. Hold on. Okay, so then you do that in Scotland, which is like... Oh, laddie, you got the... Wait, now I'm starting to... That's starting to descend into like a... Cockney, almost. Oh, laddie, you got... Oh, yeah, you think you got your vodka on yet? Yeah, no, that's like Cockney. What's license? Oh, no, it's Bobby. It's Bobby. Oh, you got a license for your license?
What's all you saying?
Their life ends here.
Drown in the holy night.
Remember my name. Blenduag.
Like, Greyboar's convenient because he's not talking like some kind of strange stereotype mix. He's just like, Commander, you know, if we just spent 10 minutes poisoning every single one of them, we wouldn't even have to worry about fighting them all.
I'm prepared.
Oh, she's been stunned.
I finished here.
Like, that's Greyboar. Greyboar's fine. Greyboar's normal. God, that reminds me of that stupid article where they were talking about Chris Pratt as Mario. And it's a joke article, and the article is titled, Chris Pratt says, Mario's no longer Italian, now he's normal. I'm just remembering that now. But, God. Done.
I'm off.
Let's see, Russians spent too long in Scotland, started to become native. That would be like, Okay, so, vodka. Yeah, it's vodka. Yeah, it's vodka. We're having a drink over here, it's vodka. You got it, you got it.
What I must.
Did that dude just... I thought that dude used Polar Midnight for a minute.
I'm gone.
Okay, there's also a guy in here I want to kill. Oh, Midnight Bolt. Midnight Bolt, give me that.
We do it my way.
I'm trying to think.
Minago! To me!
Staunted, my love.
Finished here. Is there more?
Quiet. Quiet. No. Hold on. He needs like a little bit more compression to his like throat. Quiet. It's a tricky voice to do, honestly. It is tricky. Like, let it not be said that voice acting is easy. Making funny voices and just doing like, ha-ha, listen to me go, oh, I'm a funny mouse man, yeah. Like, that's easy. But actually, like, maintaining a voice that fits a character and maintaining that voice for a period of time is difficult. Legitimately. You're a fighter. Which is why when you see, like, a bad voice actor, it's like, what are you even doing? Bruh. Yeah, thanks, but I'm also, like, doing it for fun, and I'm also not doing, like, the actual, why is there criminal aura here? I'm not doing, like, the actual thing. I'm just kind of going, like, okay, what stereotype voice that I happen to be able to do sounds kind of like this? Lightened harness. That is a big difference. There's a very large difference in AC right there.
I finished here. Is there more?
Okay, I believe this is the fast way across.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Your blood.
It's interesting that...
I finished here. Is there more?
Something must be breaking right now, because there's a lot of stuff happening that shouldn't be happening. This is the wrong place. I want to be over here.
Redemption! I can still...
Oh, there's a bunch of dudes here. Okay, hi. Well, enjoy your brief lifetime. Where's that trap coming out? It comes out over here. There we go. Anyway, I'm gonna have to... I'm literally gonna have to just play a bunch of... Actually, you know what would be even better? Come to think of it, I do have Deep Rock Galactic.
There's something here.
That's probably even better.
I'm gone.
I don't even need to necessarily, like, listen to what they actually say. I just need to get, like, into the headspace of this is what a dwarf should sound like. Which I currently have lost.
We do it my way.
I just completely lost it. Okay, let's get back over here. That was weird. Isn't there something down here? I feel like there is. Yeah, ancient wood.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Thanks, Reluche. Mucho appreciate.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Okay, I guess we're finding the Elder Elemental then. That works too. I went in the wrong way again. I really don't like getting around It's such a pain to navigate.
I finished here. Is there more?
Like, it's literally... This is just a pain in the ass to get around every time. I have to go over here? Yeah, I do. Right. That's what it was. I went all the way backwards around the building. So you get over to that spot... Use the mobility check to get across this little gap. You fight these Darachni, which I already did. Come across here, and that's how you get into the final arena where Daskari's hanging out.
I finished here.
I
Is there
do
more?
what I must.
Right there. Okay.
My will is resolute.
Alright, so just for good measure. Okay, Ursula, I believe, has...
Never cease.
There we go. You turn-based.
It's time to act.
Swift batch your crossbow. Let's go. The mortal gnat snaps its jaws at the Lord of Locusts.
You are bad at...
Are you puffing?
She's just an enemy.
Remember how...
Yes, brother. The biggest This gnat went up again. It's no use, imposter. Your efforts are futile. I heard that even the imposter goddess... What have we here? Your servant...
Radiant sends out a wave of light. With joy and fervor, it welcomes the battle. I hope that didn't mean Sealer just got unequipped. Alright, so you're going to go afterwards here. You are similarly going to go afterwards here. You are similarly going to go afterwards here. You're similarly going to go afterwards here. You're similarly going to go afterwards here. You are going to turn this on, and you're just going to shoot Discari.
Strike!
Yay! Attacks Discari with a bolt critical miss. Still got the hit with the Midnight Bolt, though. Hey, haha. Hey, look, there's a crystal. Fresh. Nahindrian. Smite. Did I get any crits in there? Critical hit. Nat 20. Did not confirm. Ah. Oh, no, because he has fortification. Oh. Oh, well.
They'll beg me to stop.
I got True Sight. Yep, fucking unequipped it. God damn it.
Desna, guide my hand.
Unequipped the fucking thing, as usual. Here, do this. Oh, dispel trucing. That's annoying. Alright, well, here. Alright, let's do this. And... how would you like to be immune to damage, everybody? Enjoy that. Oh, that was a swift action. That was a swift action. Let's see, how about... Where'd he go? Was he too afraid after I shrank him down? That was fucking amazing, by the way. Just a little teeny Discari. Just whoop.
Impossible. I am chaos and death. I am the end of times. I cannot be defeated.
Discari's blood, spilled by the Midnight Bolt, has turned to crystal. The Demon Lord watches with silent fear as you hold in your hands a fragment of the power taken from him. You are a source of transgression. You must be rooted out. For a moment, you see in your mind's eye the square in Canabris where it all began. Except now, you two have switched places. Discari is the one teetering on the edge of a chasm while you stand firm. The vision fades, but your power responds to it and erupts in a single, mighty torrent. Your body tenses, the wound in your chest bursts into flames, bleeding heavily as if trying to kill you. But can this stop you? Well, now, when you're a step away from victory? no. Begone, criminal scum! Oh, that's fucking rad. I forgot I had a black hole spell. I forgot I had a spell that summons a black hole. That's just something I have now. Also, that, just him shrinking down and immediately just running. It's hilarious. What happened there? Like, what caused that?
I'm gone.
What did that? That's it. There's no loot. He ran away. Well, he's dead, technically, but... Like, that's it. I can't even get back down there anymore. Don't worry, just kill the Demon Lord, MBD. That was incredible, though. I've never seen that happen before. What? Why did that happen? Why did that happen? Well, you know what? While I'm here, might as well go in. I just zap him down to medium size and he decides to book it because he's terrified. It's great. Guys are high as a kite.
We do it my way. Good.
Alright, nothing else here. Hello, Spinner of Nightmares. Oh my god, it's a bunch of them.
My abilities.
No match for me.
Alright, let's do this. Wow, that's a lot of them. Why can't you...
I will rip in halves.
Okay, let's lose space. I want, caster level. Wait, do I want caster level or DC? Did that work?
Make your peace.
Tell Dad I love him. That's actually a pretty tough fight. If I wasn't, like, story mode, because they just surround you immediately and just spam spells at you. And that's a lot of damage. So go in there with your full buffs on. Also, it didn't dispel any of the illusions, which... a little disappointing? What's up with that? Alright, that takes care of this. Little side quest. Takes a while to get to the old Sarkarian mines. Alright, back to Dresden. And also while I'm here, let me do this real quick. Gotta wait for some time for those things to tick over, and then I can get the other two on. Alright, why can't I teleport? Why have I lost the ability to teleport? I don't know why that bar sometimes disappears. It's real annoying. Alright, I'm just gonna do this then. Global map. No. Map points. Here we go. It's time for the army. Bum, 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 bum. Stop. The gates of Dresden are open wide, and the army that came back from Iz is standing before you. Hundreds of eyes are watching your triumphant return to your city. The Inevitables and Axiomites stand at attention. Their ranks are just as perfect as the cohorts of your own warriors. Nothing can break your army. No discord can warp these precise formations or wipe the determination from your soldiers' faces. The Crusaders of Mendeb watch you and your followers with hope and reverence. They greet you with welcoming shouts and enthusiastic salutes.
Welcome. I see you have returned. You once again saved me from death, and our army from inglorious defeat.
You're welcome.
I may have been the one to call this crusade, but it was you who became its very soul and chief strategist of the entire campaign. All hail the commander! Long live our hero!
The Queen responds with a sharp salute, and all of her knights follow.
But now the crusade must face Threshold. It is time for the final confrontation. The last bloody and decisive battle.
Not yet.
Few of us will come back alive. Give us all a few words before you lead us on what is to be our final push.
Not quite yet. I've got to deal with the ineluctable prison first. The army is waiting for your words, and you don't have to think of what to say. The universe provides all the answers. The Aeon's omniscient mind is aware of the yearning of every soul lined up before you. Soldiers, you know why you're here. The wound is disrupting the balance of our worlds. Order must be restored, and we will restore it, no matter the cost. Thesis supported. Demons have sown chaos for far too long. We'll put an end to this. Don't be deceived. You are not fighting for me, and I will not be your commander forever. After my duties as commander are complete, I will resign and only perform the duties of an Aeon. It will be only just. The Aeon's duties are estimated as having higher priority. This is an expected conclusion. You show us the way, and we'll follow. Renounce your passions and emotions. You're the power. You're the vector aimed at the fortress of Threshold. Unflinching discipline is the cornerstone of victory. Fight like the champions of order that you are, and nobody else will have to perish at the hands of chaos. We're the forces of order. Chaos is nothing before us. The warriors raise their hands in a coordinated salute. Each of them has something to fight for, but right now they're the last line of defense between Galarian and the Chaos, and they will fight to the last. The storyteller appears from behind you as if from nowhere. The storyteller bows.
Commander, I heard stories of aeons on my travels. They were majestic and powerful, but none of them had your ability to inspire passion for justice in other people. It is a treasured gift. Make sure not to lose it. You've chosen to follow the path that calls you, a solitary path among worlds and celestial bodies, one that will take you even further away from mortals. You will see the hidden workings of the universe. I should be happy for you, but I can't help being a little envious that the knowledge of these secrets will be yours and not mine.
I mean, in the DLC, it's his. I'm just saying. It is his in the DLC. He does get there.
I'm off.
Excellent. Threshold awaits. But first, hello, Mugo's cow. How are you doing? Oh god, I'm not equipped Radiance. That's right. What is Radiance now? Is Radiance a +6? Holy Avenger. Good to hear. Okay, I'm trying to pause longbow. Vitalizer. This thing. Wrath of the Creator. Ah, that's pretty good. Step is 4, longsword is 1. Okay. Really quickly, just go over here. I really wish Radiance did not unequip itself every single time. That's really annoying. Oh. Right. Well, yeah, good to hear you're doing good. It's a lovely, sunny, very, very cold weather day outside right now. Like, it was snowing here.
Do what I must.
It was snowing here the other day. That's how bad it was. To the inn. Alright, Hylor, let's have a chat.
I'm gone.
I should probably swap to my staff, shouldn't I? Come on. Spinner of Nightmares is dead. Thank the gods, but where's Lori? A shadow of understanding flashes across Hyler's eyes, and he looks down at the bloodsmear pendant, terrified. The walls he directed in his mind come rumbling down. Where's Lori? You killed the Spinner of Nightmares and saved Lori. You saved and killed, saved. You killed Lori. For the first time, you see terror on Hyler's face. He doesn't say anything, but moves his lips trying to force a whisper. You killed my Lori because she was the Spinner of Nightmares. Murderer. Servant of the demons. Traitor. Hyler casts a desperate look at you, as if he was begging for rescue. How could I forget? I've seen it all. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't live knowing this. I just stopped. I'm sick, right? Yes, I'm sick. And Lori, she's dead. His last words become a long, mournful wailing. Hyler buries his face in his hands. With a sharp movement, he flings off his monocle and it rolls to the ground on the floor, glinting at you unkindly. Okay, where is it? Ah, I got the Eye of Truth. Sick. Yeah, exactly. Like, it was 80 degrees outside, like, last week, and today it's, like, 30 or 40. The weather's crazy. Small single eye glass. Let's see. Doesn't do anything. Well, I mean, it's probably better than snow. Probably. As long as it's not, like, too hot Yeah, exactly. That sounds pretty normal. Hyler looks somewhat better than he did when you last met, but he's still far from cured. Commander, I beg you, I picked up the Spinner of Nightmare's trail again. I discovered she has a den near the city of Iz. It would have been too risky to try to storm the place. I didn't want to put the others' lives in danger. I snuck in alone to catch her off guard. I nearly got her, but... You know well what Hyler is about to say next. He doesn't even realize that he's repeating his recent request word for word. His sick mind, stuck in an endless loop, cannot fathom that his hunt is over. I'm not crazy. Sincere incomprehension floods Hyler's restless eyes. His mind cannot bear the terrible truth and represses it like many times before. Yeah, she really did, didn't she? Spinner of Nightmares is more like personal nightmare. Now I know what crime you're guilty of. The Pathfinder stands vacantly, oblivious to do anything before him. I already know. I once knew that Lurie is the Spinner of Nightmares, but I forgot. I should have told. No, I should have stopped. This is all my fault. It has been the whole time. Stay, Hylar. The human mind is designed to protect itself. I clear you of guilt. The Pathfinder looks you in the eye directly and meaningfully. Yes, you forgive me, but I don't forgive myself. I never will. Yeah. I mean, the only reason I said he's staying is because I don't want to lose the guy who does retraining. Like, that's the main problem with Hyler, is like, I don't care about his quest at this point, because like he has shown that he is not trustworthy. Not like trustworthy in that he's lying, but like trustworthy in that I can't trust him to not stay alive and be... What the fuck is this? Is that the Wardstone? It's the Wardstone, all right. Huh. Weird. The timeline adjustment stuff going on is really strange. Oh yeah, Fi is dead. Good, he was a criminal. Like, the thing about Hylar is, like, you get Hylar, and then, like, you have to either pick him to be alive, or you have to pick, 2 minor shopkeeper NPCs and 1 minor story NPC. And, like, one of them is way more important than the other one. Alright, so good thing Arushale will be able to take care of everything for me.
I feel fatigued. We should rest soon.
I'll make you pay with your life.
Do I even have any spells I can use? There we go. There's truth to your nightmares.
This will be quick.
Okay, there we go. Spells. Do I have... Ah, good. I do have transformation prepared. Okay, thanks, Arushale. Appreciate it.
A test of my abilities.
Okay, let's just do this. Oh!
I don't know, but I can feel that everything has changed. Myself, you, everything in the world. Oh, Goddess, this is so beautiful. I had no idea that the world could be so beautiful.
I can no longer see your criminal aura. Or, I did not expect Destiny to pardon criminals. She should not have involved herself in matters of justice, but what's done is done. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck?
So Desna has forgiven all my sins. I don't deserve such happiness. But still, I know that I've only taken the first steps on the path of redemption. This journey will last a lifetime. I've never felt better. No. First, I'll help you. Yes, I have. Yes!
Like, okay, yeah. Oh, you're no longer a criminal. Fine, I got no problems against you. Or, God, I can't believe you're not a criminal anymore. God, come on, man. I was gonna punish you and everything. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? Yeah, Desna is. As a full deity. There's also that one god that she's got, like, constant vendetta with. Like the mosquito one.
I'm off.
Okay, who's next? Alright, Gravestone Rock. Alright, Braga, Wendwog, Darren, Regil, Binion, Nenyo, Threshold, Jurna, Intellectual Prison, Captain Selkend. Alright, where to next? I guess I can go take care of, I could probably go do the Ineluctable Prison right now. And I want to go up here and sell some junk. Ah, yes, this one. So I'm currently using a +2 crossbow. So let's swap that over for this one. Nope. No. Definitely not that swap. There. Yeah, I don't remember. Besides Pharasma, I don't remember who else is on that, like, tier of oldest gods. I think... I mean, ignoring Iomedae, Norgorber, and Caden Kalian, and Aradin, who arose later on as a result of the Starstone, and Nethys and Aurori also were mortal and became gods through self-perfection, effectively.
I'm gone.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I don't remember.
You've been through more than most in the Crusade army, and you remain unbroken. If there were 200 people like you in Canabres, the city would never have fallen.
In truth, I'm just like everyone else. Everyone else is just like me.
So good! I like how Regil is just like... Yeah, Ember's sick. Ember's cool. She's like, she's kind of crazy, but also she's got incredible sense of will, like incredible will. I mean, that's true. That is true. Well, sort of. Canabras barely fell to begin with, let's be real. It never totally fell. Dresden totally fell. Canabras, like, mostly fell, but then we fixed it up after, like, a couple days. Desna, more like these nuts. Yeah, I don't remember who the earliest gods were. Probably Desna, Sarenrae, Desna, Sarenrae, probably Asmodeus. None of the demon lords. Lamashtu wasn't. Lamashtu was a demon lord who later arose to become a god. I don't know if Aristil was that old. Aristil, I don't think was that old. Abadar probably was. Nethisnori, and there's a lot of gods. There's a lot of gods. I don't remember a lot of them. And that's not even counting like Imperial Lords or... What are the ones that are like not Demon Lords? Oh yeah, they're over there. That's right. So, let's see about... Yeah, you know what? Let's do the prison. Where's that? Ah, Leper's Smile, of course. Yeah, I'm very interested in seeing how the statue, or not statue, how the angel stuff goes. That would be a good way to find this location. Maybe... Execution? No. Baphomet's Altar? No. Prison? No. No. Let's go to Polaris Falls and move from there. That's the closest place. Up is this? I bet this is. Yeah, this is definitely... Wait, no, this is probably... It's this guy. Right.
It's either us or them.
For you!
Yeah, this dude. Ivory Hunter's Key. I don't know what that thing does.
Lead on.
I've gotten that key a bunch of times, but I don't know what it does.
I'm off.
Okay, where's the exit? Back there. Ah, I see. Right, because there's all those daggers. Okay, I'm just going to look up. Ivory Hunter's Key. Ivory Hunter Key. Oh. Huh. Okay. Apparently it,
I do what I must.
Apparently it allows you to open up the ineluctable prison without having to do anything. Because you get all those cool scenes of, like, opening the door with skill checks or using your special powers to open the door in fancy ways, but apparently if you just use that thing, it does it for you. Which is cool, that's fine. Alright, intellectual prison time. Let's ride. Oh, an item for my wish list is on sale. I wonder what that is. Is it something I'd actually buy? I mean, there's a couple of them. Oh, shit. I got a level. Sick. I guess I got XP just for walking in here. Level 20. Okay. What's protection from spells? Oh, right. Fireword kill. Dominate monster, energy drain, whole monster mass? Sure. Shades. And... Power word kill? Why not? Alright, Sila! Level up! Level 18 Plodden. Let's see, Mercy. What am I gonna get rid of? Mercy staggered. Shaken. I got fatigued and exhausted. Did I get exhausted? No, I didn't. Here, exhausted. Level 20 cleric. Trevor. At this level, he gets Pile Driver. Which means he can bull rush people. Using an attack. I wish it was a trip instead. Trip would have been a better pick. IMO. Alright, Windwog. I really don't know what to put this into. Here, put it in strength. Weapon mastery. Throwing axe. Don't need many shot. I don't think that'll help, but whatever. Alrighty then. And also go through and do a couple spell things real quick here. And, I don't know, some Nature's Ally. Good stuff. Let's go. Yeah, I bet. So you can just go through and just blast people with everything. Oh, right, while I'm at it.
Search for the beauty with your heart, not your eyes.
Before I forget. Oh yeah, buff bot. Yeah, I'll probably install that. I'll probably wind up installing that. Yep, next playthrough will be Angel. That is my current plan, at least. Alright, grab this real quick.
I am never wrong.
Yeah, probably gonna be Angel.
I'll take care of it.
I'm thinking... Where is it? Yeah, I was thinking Angel Oracle. I could easily be talking to Angel Cleric though, but either way, I'm doing Angel Cleric or Angel Oracle because I want to do like the 9th level spell. I want to do like the super spell stuff. I want to hit the point where I can get the spell book stuff, buffing my spells up to the super spells. That I'm gonna hit that. That's why I'm limiting it to Angel Oracle, Angel Cleric. And I am more tempted to go for Oracle because Oracle has like the more interesting stuff to me in terms of how things are set up for the class, like the different ability things you can do, the curses, all that stuff. That appeals to me a little bit more than Cleric's sort of normal array of you have your domain powers, which are kind of whatever, and then you have just the wide level of skill of spell stuff, and that's it. That's really about it. Yeah, well, in some cases, Oracle is absurdly OP. Not every case, some of them, but in those cases, it's really OP. Also, if you want to see some real OP shit with Oracle, I think I mentioned this before, but like the real OP shit is Nature Oracle. Nature Mystery or whatever. Because at level 20, you get the ability to effectively turn yourself into an animal. Like you gain the animal subtype. See, are you using a sword? You're using your sword, right? Okay, good. It doesn't look like you are. Anyway, so you get the animal subtype in addition to your other types. And that allows you to do stuff like animal growth or magic fang if you really wanted to. However, it has more stuff than that because... Yeah, I've seen the thing. But doing the animal subtype thing is important because if you're an animal subtype, it also means you are a valid choice for the spell Awaken. And Awaken changes your subtype from animal to magical animal in addition to boosting your... Let me see what the thing is here. So Awaken is a druid spell. specifically druid, also shaman, also nature. You get it as a nature mystery thing. Oh my god, okay. Ha! So yeah, fuck that. Just do it yourself. So, awaken. You awaken a tree or an animal to human-like sentience. You change the type from animal or plant to magical beast. And it gets a bonus of 3d6 to its intelligence score and 1d3 to its charisma and 2 to its hit dice. And then the next day, thanks to the Nature Mysteries capstone power, you become animal subtype again, regardless of what your subtypes were to begin with. And you can just awaken yourself again. So every single day, you gain 3d6 intelligence, 1d3 charisma, and 2 more hit dice. Every single day. You can also argue that it's, because of the way it's written out, it's 3d6 intelligence, 1d3 charisma, plus 2 hit dice. What you're actually doing is you're re-rolling the intelligence, so it's 3d6 rolled every time, and you're setting your intelligence to that. But even if you do that, you are still getting 1d3 charisma and plus 2 hit dice added. There is no ambiguity there. You are 100% boosting your charisma by 1d3 and your hit dice by 2 every single day that you cast Awaken on yourself. And if you've been adventuring around, you're level 20, you're going to have a headband of intelligence, which means that you're going to have at minimum 7 int. So you're going to be dumb as a rock, but you're going to have intelligence. And you can just keep rolling until you get an 18 int on your nat roll. Or you can just keep rolling until your charisma is literally insane, is literally infinite. And because his Nature Oracle also has stuff. Yeah, charisma is your AC and your casting stat. Exactly. So, whatever. At that point, you're going to have more spells than God. That's not an exaggeration. Like, let me actually look at the exact nature of the Nature Oracle again. Final revelation at 20th level, you discover the intrinsic secrets of life itself, granting you incredible control over your own body. Once per day, so it's daily, you can surround yourself with an organic cocoon as a full round action. While enclosed in the cocoon, you are considered helpless. 8 hours later, you emerge having changed your type to plant, animal, or humanoid, gaining superficial physical characteristics as appropriate. The change does not alter your hit dice, hit points, saving throws, skill points, class skills, or proficiencies. Each time the transformation is made, you are cleansed of all poisons or diseases, are restored to full hit points, and heal all ability damage. You must select a new type every time the transformation is made. Yeah, I bet. The sad thing about playing a caster in this game is that every caster has 2 fewer mythic abilities they get to pick, because it's almost required that you get greater enduring spells, because it's so strong. If you aren't getting greater enduring spells as a caster, you are, like, the only time I could see that working out is Ember or like somebody else doing only damage. But even then, Amber has some really good buffs, and not having greater enduring spells on those buffs means that you're losing out on like 24-hour True Sight for the entire group, or 24-hour Mind Blank. Like, it's really important that you get that ability. It's more of a challenge to go without using that ability. I mean, of course it is, that's the point, but like... Yeah, exactly. Like, anytime you get spells of that nature, it's just like... The worst part about buffs is when they run out. And that's the main reason why casters always reserve spells, because like, okay, what about if the next room is the boss? We need to be able to cast haste then. Doesn't matter if you can get haste 24 hours. Alright, I'll just use Ingram Magger's key. That was easy. Vaguely. Ah. That was weird. Hey, it's a Pontivicus. Grimace of Contempt. Let's see. Grimace of Contempt passed over her cold face. How'd you go open the gate? Was it a key you found in Ingermager's corpse? And our lord should get that ivory turn more on a short leash. Mediocrity always disappoints. Who's Ingermager? One of our master's pets who earned the title of Ivory Hunter. He would entertain Baphomet at times by releasing the prisoners and setting his linorms on them. Those pets of his would always disappoint me with their untidiness. Okay, so let's take a look at Initiate of the Seven Veils, which I remember hearing about by reputation, but I never actually looked at it myself. Complete Arcane. So you need to have 12 ranks, Knowledge, Arcana, Nature, Spellcraft, 12 ranks. Greater Spell Focus, Abjuration, Spell Focus, Abjuration, Spell Focus, Spellcraft. Cast 5 Abjuration spells, including 2 at least 4th level or higher. Hit die D4, skill points 2, so clearly Wizard. Spells per day known. Yep, normal. Warding. Initiate of the Sevenfold Veil can create a warding. She can choose one veil she knows, see below, to be imbued with the warding. A warding lasts for a certain amount of time, as indicated in its description, unless it is dismissed. Same way a smell is dismissed. When she creates a warding, she can choose one of 3 types. Personal, area, or wall. Personal is personal, encapsulates the initiate. Area is a space and all adjacent squares. 15-foot in diameter for small and medium, 20-foot in diameter for large initiate, and so on. Wall is a wall up to 10 feet long, 5 feet high per initiate class level. Veil. When initiate creates a warding, she can choose to imbue the warding with any one veil she knows how to create. These veils duplicate the layers of a prismatic wall and are described below. First veil is Red Veil. Warding imbued with this blocks all non-magical range attacks and missiles. Orange Veil halts magical range attacks. Yellow Veil prevents gases or clouds from entering the warded area and beats petrification. Green Veil. Veil stops the passage of breath weapons. Creature crossing the green veil must make a fort save or die. Blue Veil. Veil blocks all divination and mind-affecting spells and abilities. Indigo Veil. Mighty Indigo Veil. This veil prevents the passage of all spells or spell-like abilities. A creature crossing an Indigo Veil must succeed on a will save or become confused as if by insanity. Daylight spell negates and is negated by an Indigo Veil. Violet Veil. Initiate of the Seven Masters, the 7th and final veil, the Violet Veil. Barrier destroys all objects and effects that cross it as if they are disintegrated. Living creatures passing a Violet Veil must succeed on a will save or be shifted to a random place on a random plane. Destroyed by successful dispel magic. Unimpeachable Abjuration. Unanswerable Strike. Reactive Warding. Double Warding. Kaleidoscopic Doom. Okay, so I vaguely remember this. Anyway, it's basically just, it gets to put up... Yeah, Kaleidoscopic Doom. Because, once per day as a standard action, she designates one creature within 60 feet and turns magical effects currently affecting the creature against it. This effect functions like a targeted greater dispel magic, except that for every spell or effect negated on the target, the effect of one veil, see above, is visited on the subject as if the subject had crossed it. The veils created around the victim proceed through the spectrum from red to violet, with one veil activated per spell negated. Thus, a creature with 3 spells negated would be subject to the effects of the red, orange, and yellow veils. The subject is entitled to normal saving throws by each veil. This ability is equivalent to a 9th level spell. Yeah, that's really strong. But what? So what about this? Can you like, can you endure the veils themselves? So you have like a 24-hour just wall of negate everything on you? Because that does seem pretty good.
I'm all done here.
Ha! A trivial task.
Oh, they're probably immune to crushing despair because of my aura, aren't they? Since I'm an Aeon, I give everybody else a immunity to this kind of bullshit aura.
Their life ends here.
Hello.
For my name, Wenduag!
Follow if you dare.
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? I mean, that doesn't surprise me. The
That was easy.
a lot of late stage 3-5 stuff is like hilariously busted. Because it's all designed for campaigns where people are actually fighting literal deities, it feels like. And or it's used by literal deities to like dump on players.
A trivial task.
Okay, I'm just gonna look up these things real quick. Okay, ineluctable prison puzzles. Just because I don't want to have to go find all these solutions again and run back through the place. God, so many phone calls today. Okay, so blood pool is circle, triangle, pentagon, hexagon. There we go.
I'm off.
Welcome back. Hope your thing went well, whatever it was you were doing. Yeah, no worries. See, second puzzle is torture equipment. I think that's the one near the exit, if I remember correctly.
We won't fall here.
Ah, this is where the mirror is. Oh yeah, of course.
A trivial task.
Ooh, cloak resistance +6. Lovely. Ah, yes, use part. Ah, yes. These guys. Okay, really quickly. So we're dealing with mischance. There we go. Oh, go find the warden? Alright. I don't remember where exactly the warden is, but I will endeavor to do so. Once I get this door open. Oh, it's this room.
Danger ahead!
Calm down, Trevor. Calm down, Trevor.
I do what I must.
Where is it? Yep. Knew there was something around here. Howling Doom. +5 Furious Bastard Sword lends a killing blow across greater shout as a level 18 wizard immediately afterwards. That's pretty good.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
I'm gone.
Yeah, where is he again? Hi.
Interesting. That was easy.
I believe this is where I wanted to go, though. Because I need to grab a Midnight Bolt. In addition... Actually, do I even need... Oh, no, it's this one. Right, this is this dude, Baphomet's Chosen, who's going to become Baphomet's Chosen Cut in a second. What? Alright, whatever.
I finished here. Is there more?
Yeah, just come over here. Somebody destroy this thing. Trevor, you're probably going to do it because you're big. Literally, like, you're gigantic. You were probably, like, 18 feet tall or so.
We do it mine.
Okay, this is going to be the one. So the puzzle solution for this one is square, triangle, hexagon, pentagon. Square, triangle, hexagon, pentagon. There we go. Ah, there's the mask. Thought it was in here someplace. Hello.
They will break against our resolve.
Ah, more insane dredges. Do. Hey, there we are.
You've come here uninvited, mortal. But I'll pardon this audacity for the sake of the ward that...
Eponymvika stops short and looks at her hands in terror. Horror. Every passing moment, she becomes more and more transparent.
What have you done to me?
Her face twists in a grimace of terror.
No, I remember, but how can I remember? You killed me back in Dresden.
That's super cool.
I took her and engulfed her, and I went to do what Opinako failed to achieve, to destroy the Ward Stone. I was hoping to be rewarded, but you destroyed me back there. Time mends itself.
In an instant, she disappears without a trace. That's fucking radical as hell. That's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, not just disappears in a puff of logic. That's Back to the Future, like, time mending itself to correct the distortions. That's super cool!
I do what I must.
We will win this war.
Of course that, like...
I finished here. Is there more?
Of course. They had to have at least one of those in there to just go like, oh yeah, no, this is happening. This isn't just like, we're not just telling you. Like, oh yeah, no, this boss fight, that's actually happening. That actually didn't happen anymore. You broke time and remade it in the way you wanted to, so now it's not there. That is... It's the little things, you know?
Do it my way.
It's the little things that are huge things.
Something over there.
Remember my name, Wendog.
They didn't need to put that in there, but I'm so happy they did.
Follow if you dare.
Hello, Citizen Boulder. I'm a little disappointed they didn't keep the patch where they actually... They made the joke about, the boulders and now the lost last citizen of Sarkoris. They got rid of that joke. I'm a little disappointed about that.
I'm off. Good.
What's up, guys? Doot.
I do what I must.
Alright, awaken circle. Oh! Wait, he actually didn't... Interesting. So... Normally those statues attack you. Yeah, interesting here. So... Normally the statues attack you, which I guess is what happens if you antagonize him, but I actually gave him the correct answers this time. So he says, "Shame it has come to this. I've enjoyed the answers you've given me. But, on Kolfir, you should have humbly asked for my patronage instead of drawing your weapon. You lost your chance to become your servants, but fine, I will not kill you, not today. So what riddle are you going to ask me this time? Have you enjoyed my questions? It was not mistaken about you, I see. Instead of a riddle, I'll share my wisdom with you. Everyone knows that any decent intrigue requires at least 3 layers of lies, but only the wisest understand that a truly devious plot must have at least 2 layers of truth. Think on this, Sam Chadlovsky, and farewell." I didn't know you could skip that fight. Cool. Learning something new every day. Okay, so let's go over here, because I gotta find this, is it over here? Yeah, there's a door I didn't go into. What's up? Alright, open this one if you would. Alright, there's the bones.
A trivial task.
I'll deal with you in a minute.
They are the darkness.
It is what I was made for.
There's Insane Prisoner. He's doing whatever. Hey, look, it's a magical barrier. I wonder what could be behind it. I'm sure nothing bad sits behind this magical barrier over here.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Ha! A trivial task.
Well, you know God. I thank you for my freedom. Please accept my humble gift. Ow.
I've been afflicted with Ashen Curse, or I would if I wasn't immune to it. Whatever, away we go. What was that about? Who knows?
Do not fear. Do not waver.
The goddess
Yeah, it's annoying Ghost Lady. She'll show up a couple more times throughout the level, being completely useless each time she does. Hi.
They will break against our resolve.
A cave slug for a foe.
Follow if you dare.
Oh yeah, no, I'll deal with her in a minute. I just want to grab the sword first.
Will defend my dream.
Like, there's not really a reason to talk to her until you get the sword. I mean, she'll tell you where it is, but since I already know the sword exists in here, I might as well, you know, grab it.
Do not fear. Do not fear.
Is for you.
Alright, and this is the third puzzle, which is 6054.
I do what I must.
I like that song.
That's the first time I've heard that from you, Trevor. It's like, I like that song.
I sense something.
Alright, so this is where you come across and meet Naticula the first time when you're a demon.
I finished here. Is there more?
Done.
Okay, rubble.
Done.
Done. Uh-oh, what's that noise? I'm sure it's nothing.
It's either us or them.
Remember my name. Wenduag.
Oh. Interesting, so she can die here, too. That's different. Whenever the wielder of this plus-5 necrotic, nullifying short-sword attacks a new enemy for the first time, the enemy's defense will saving throw become unable to cast spells for 2 rounds. Short sword plus 5, chain shirt, belt and quiver dexterity plus 6, gloves of death dealer. Additional sneak attack damage 1d6, rank protection plus 4, brace for total onslaught, cloak. Greater kinetic diadem. Nothing else.
We do it my
That's
way.
cool, though. I didn't know you could kill her here. And I bet there's something over there. So, I'll just real quickly.
My skills are absolute.
And where's Dimdor? There's Dimdor. Mass.
This spell works differently.
Ah, that's not a valid teleport location. Good to know.
Follow if you dare.
Alright, in that case, let's just get out of here.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Alright, so I gotta come over here after I'm done with the hand. Alright, where else do I go now? I didn't go into this cell for some reason. Hey, stop.
Together, we stand.
Yeah, you guys go do whatever. I don't care. I don't pay your sub. Alright, that's out that way. So now we go... here? There's also stuff not down there. That's nothing. God, where's the treasure room? I don't know. There's a lot of weird side rooms in this area, and I don't remember where they are. Oh, it's probably over here. No, that's... no, it's probably here. Like, this isn't a hard area to clear out because the whole thing is on the map. It's just... it's a large area. Good old Citizen Boulder.
Rely on me.
Can I get whatever's in here? Thank you. Nope.
It is no trouble.
Somebody else picked that lock. Thank you.
I finished here. Is there more?
On the basics of sin magic. I wonder if there's a special interaction if you're a sin mage, because I think there is a wizard option for that in this game. I don't remember offhand. Alright, Alderpash, what's up? Peer into Alderpash's soul and measure it. The shriveled evil essence of this long-dead old man would do any demon proud. Anger, envy, and malice have merged to spawn an equally dark entity. Alderpash's friendly manner is but a glossy, colorful veneer covering a whirlpool of refuse and poison. He definitely belongs in the abyss. Let's see, huh? How'd you end up here? Alright, now, let's just go over here and destroy Alderpash's phylactery, shall we?
I'll tear your throat out.
Oh, wow. Into the pit with him, huh? How do I get his loot? Wait, seriously? His body's down there and now I can't... okay, there it is. Alderpash's skull. The head of it, Lich Alderpash, containing knowledge of the ancient secrets of the Rune Lords and their horrific trespasses. Dried Hand of Martyr. Subject gains a +1 morale bonus on saves against saves against all death spells and magical death effects. The subject is immune to energy drain and any negative effects, including channeled negative energy. The spell does not remove negative levels that the subject has already gained, is not protected against other sorts of attacks, even those attacks might be lethal. Duration in minutes per level. Fast intelligence +4, natural armor and protection. Wrath of the Undead. Cloak resistance +5 grants its wearer a 60-foot aura, which makes all affected enemies pass a will saving throw or become frightened for 1 minute. If the saving throw is a success, the enemy becomes shaken for 5 rounds instead. Enemies can only be affected by this aura once. In addition, this aura grants all undead allies a +4 circumstance bonus on attack rolls against enemies under fear effects and deal additional 2d6 precision damage on a successful hit against such attacks. Against such targets. That's pretty good. I can see a way for that to go. Okay, but Social here, real quick, just if you wouldn't mind. I'm not entirely sure how Trevor almost died there.
The world has suffered enough.
Or rather, Trevor did die. Somehow. I don't know how, but he did.
I've seen worse.
Why am I so weak?
Why the fuck did they just do so much damage to Trevor? What the hell was that about? What? So it's an instant death? It's instant death if you fail the reflex save?
I will lend you my aid.
Well, shit, now I know. Okay, let me just check here. Is there anything else? Oh, there's a thing over there, that's what. Okay, well, Trevor, come over this way if you would.
I will do it. I will help.
Yeah, just hang out for a second there if you would. Thank you.
I can still fight.
There we go. Now get out of there. Good. That takes care of this area. That's where it was. Right. Right, now I remember how to get there. Okay. It's a little bit of a pain, but it's not too bad.
This will leave
my death can't
Really?
stop me.
Fucking really?
That was easy. Search for the beauty with your heart, not your eyes. I'm off.
All right, I'm just gonna skip this fight real quick. Really?
This will be quick.
Wow, that was waste of weird. Okay, sick. Good. Great. Okay, let me pick up this heart. We got some books
I will
here.
help where I can.
I think I've already got this one.
A bright future awaits us.
Can I get... Thank you. Already got that one.
I do what I must.
And anything else in here? No, I got the Midnight Bolt. Wait for it.
I'm gone.
There we go. So I got the heart of the inheritors, hand of the inheritor heart. I think the treasure room's someplace around here. Maybe. I don't. Is it over here? Where was the treasure room again? It's not too far. Where is it again? Was it just... Might just be over this way. That might be it. Oh, there's a combat. Oh yeah, I never went this way, did I? I saw the thing and I was like, hey, that looks like a place where boulders roll. And it turns out it wasn't. The boulder roll place was the other side. Because I got this place mixed up with the Ivory Sanctum. It's very similar.
I am ready. Follow if you dare.
What's up?
Use your head.
Tear your throat out.
That's done. Alright, this is where the thing is. That's where the fancy scroll is. Okay, we've got it here.
I'm off.
Secret passage into there. So I think it's over this way is where the thing is. Once I grab that, then I just head back to the ghost lady, talk to her about a new scimitar, which I don't even need, because nobody's using a scimitar. Nope, this is one it. This was in fact not it. Okay, where was the treasure chest? Where's the treasure room again? I appear to have forgotten. Which is not surprising. Not over here. It's almost certainly in that area. Like, this is the only, like, empty space on the map, so it's probably there. That's where this is. Oh, I come from this side. Nope. No, it's not here. It's not there. That was like a secret room, but it's not it. And that's down into the center area. probably over here. Alright, that's where the ghost is. I must have passed my room someplace. Where was it?
Follow if you dare.
I could have sworn it was around here, but I don't remember where. Where is it? That's not it. That's definitely not it.
I'm off.
That's annoying. I'm pretty sure it's not through where the ghost lady is. Alright, let's look it up. An electable prison map. Okay, which one of these rooms am I missing? Uh... You get the unenchanted version from the warden's body. Northwest of the ghost who gave you the errand. So it'll be around here. Wait, that's... Okay, so the ghost is here-ish.
I'm gone.
Where's the... Oh, there it is. I missed the door every single time. God. There we go. Hello again, Vermarak. How are you doing?
I will defend my dream.
Thanks for your time, Vermarak.
On my way.
Okay, back to... There we go. There we go. Now we go deal with the Hand of the Inheritor. Again. I'm gonna spend more time on the trying to find the stupid trying to find the stupid scimitar than actually doing the fight.
The goddess protects us.
Those boulders took a lot out of me. Literally. Took all my health away.
I am never
Alright, any buffs I can just throw on everybody real quick? I could throw Perfect Form on Trevor and have him have a 38 in every single stat.
I'll take care of it.
Welcome back. Hey, no, that's fine. Let's go. Hello, Hand of the Inheritor. I see you've decided to take up death metal as a hobby. Fallen creature, the demons have tainted you by forcing you to serve evil, but I will restore your natural order. Most Pythic? Yeah, most Pythic. Most powerful mythic path so far has to be Trickster. Like, Trickster... The other mythic paths had their things that are like, oh man, this is so good. Oh man, this is really strong. Oh wow, this is really good. Trickster's the only one that allows you to walk into a room and make the fight just disappear. The fight no longer happens. Granted, that still requires a save, which can be passed at higher levels, but... Like, it's the only one where a fight just can cease to exist just by entering a room. In addition to, like, giving you a bunch of feats and stuff that just completely let you power game. Totally normal spell reduces the spell level of any spell by 1. That's insane. Improved critical line. Crazy good if you're going for any kind of crit focus build, because it means that you can just shit out damage like nothing else. And on top of that, you can also just, if you really want to, you can just turn someone into a nat 20 machine. Like, just give someone a scythe and just go, just do it. Just have fun. And just have them tear apart enemies. Like, it's really, really strong. Anything else? Apart from that one, I would say Lich. Out of the ones I played, I've only done Trickster, Lich, Aeon, obviously, and then little bits of Demon and whatever. I would say that apart from that, Trickster, Aeon is like normal power level. Lich is like supercaster good and has like a lot of really good tricks with it, but it's not, outside of like that stuff, it's like, it's just a very strong mythic path. Aeon is kind of like, it's got interesting stuff with it. Most of the stuff that's really good is about like the defensive things or the party-wide buffs. Itself, it's not that strong. Apart from like some of the spells. Some of these spells are fucking ridiculous. Gold Dragon is probably the weakest one I played so far. Because all it is just like big stat boosts, and then you got a couple like small things on top of it. And a lot of it is just like things you brought from your old mythic path, honestly. Which I guess is probably going to be the case for all the late stage mythic paths. On specific characters, Gold Dragon is probably really, really good, but it didn't feel very good when I was using it. Demon felt like the weakest one, but that was back in beta, so who knows now. Oh, it's still not working? Oh god. Well, that explains it then. Yeah, I would say Gold Dragon right now is probably lowest of the tiers that I played. Trickster is definitely the best one, like, power-wise. Lich... Ah, okay, that would also make sense, yeah. I could see that. You'd have to rebuild specifically to make it work, but I could see that. I would say it kind of follows like the normal Pathfinder tier listings, where tier 1 is like the caster-focused ones, which are Lich, Angel, probably. Then tier 2 is like the slightly less powerful caster ones, which are a little bit more focused. Tier 3 would be stuff like Aeon, which is just like Aeon is really just like party-wide buff stuff. It's much better based on your party than it is based on you in particular. And then Gold Dragon is probably like a tier 4, which is like, it does its job kinda, but it's not really that great. And then Trickster is there as tier 0 because of the nuts stuff you can do in that mythic path. Anyway, speaking of paths, back to being an Aeon. Fallen creature, I will restore your natural aura. You look at the angel through an Aeon's eyes, and you see before you every aspect of his essence, shimmering divine. But this light is interspersed with yawning black pits. The very nature of this angel has been mutilated. There's no way for you to separate him from the corruption. Permanent haste? Holy shit! That's, wow. Wow. Bolt of Justice, 1d6 holy damage for caster level, knock prone. If evil, target on 8 instead, and -2 to AC, saving throws on prone. Evil Outsider, Demon Lord. That's really good. That's really good. Oh, right. The other thing I wanted to do as an angel was Paladin, but can't really do that and get the caster level stuff, unfortunately. Angel just faithful, 1 per level. Target gains the following buffs: Shield, Shield of Faith, Protection from Arrows, Displacement, Resist. That's pretty good. Just like it's a nice single buff that does everything. Oh, hello. You can, however, deliver a humiliating defeat to the evil that created it. You see weak spots, vulnerabilities brought by the demonic intervention. You know how to grant peace to the soul once and for all.
It's either us or them.
Alright, rage up, bud. And, charge that one if you would. Oh, right. You still have that thing, don't you? Here, try using Pile Driver. Wait, no, that's not Pile Driver. I want Pile Driver... Pile Driver Trip. Where's Pile Driver Bull Rush? Ah, there it is. Let's see how this works. I don't know how well that worked. Oh, hey, Baphomet.
Be filled with power and kill the interloper, and I will let you take his heart as I took yours.
All right, I get debuffed, but not the horse. The horse is perfectly fine instead. I mean, this isn't going to go well for him either way, so... I think I got some 100 crits in there. Give the hand of the inheritor his heart back. No more. I'll bring you back to life. Did the Aeon thing not do anything? Huh, maybe I had to kill him. Shield from demon kind. 1 minute per cast level. Demon attacking the angel takes 1d6 plus 1/2 cast level damage. Wow. That's really good. And away he goes. Yeah, sounds like it. I mean, yeah, that sounds about right, right? It's like, of course it is. Yeah, exactly.
Follow if you dare.
Alright, well, I'm gonna make a save right here to say, save to the hand. Make a save right there. And I'm going to reload and kill him this time. Because I am very curious how that's gonna work. Yep. Angel AP all about killing demons, angels, God. Yeah, this is the paladin adventure path. Like, you can play whatever else. You can even play an anti-paladin if you really want to, depending on the type of anti-paladin. But this is the archetype for paladins to be paladins in. Every single part of the adventure is just, hey, you like being a paladin? How would you like to be the biggest paladin of all? Okay, I think I just... Hold on, I need to see what just happened here. Halo's Horror, your Halo emits falling effects, +4 deflection to AC and +4 resistance to save. Resistance plus 20, mythic rank. Versus evil creatures, evil spells, immune to all mind-affecting spells and abilities. Evil creatures striking melee, performing save, or struck blind. Jesus Christ. It worked. It worked. It did exactly what I thought it did. Okay, so this is what I was hoping it would do. Trevor... there it is, Wrath the Righteous. All demons in 40 feet of the caster make a will saving throw. On a failure, they make 10 damage per caster level. On a success, they take 1d6 per caster level. That's really good. That is very good. Yeah, that's the archetypal spell, right? They said the name of the game. They put it in the game. The name of the game's in the name of the game. Anyway, this is what I was looking for right here. Trevor hit the Champion of Baphomet with Touch of Mercy as a hit. Dealt 85 damage to the Minotaur and Bull Rush successfully. CMB plus 44. And then also triggered an attack of opportunity against the Minotaur, which also crit for 250 damage.
You are beyond redemption.
Granted, that's like best case scenario for that. Okay, Trevor. Where's Trevor? Where's Trevor? Where's Trevor? Now, of course, if I do something like this... Storm Justice. Bolt Justice, but affects all enemies with 3 burst. Oh, wow. So you can just nuke people. That's really good. Finish off the inheritor. It pains me to see what has become of you. Out of respect for who you once were, I grant you death. Huh. Well, I did nothing, as it turns out. I was thinking maybe I could get a special angel thing there at the very end, but no. Okay. I didn't get a special Aeon thing. Little disappointed by that. I got special Aeon like, yeah, you could see the thing that he's totally messed up, but yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But I got the Aeon prompt, and then the Aeon prompt was just, yeah, he's totally messed up, bro. That was it. That's all I got. That was everything. Just a little disappointing.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Hey, Hepzamara, how are you doing? All right, back up.
Is there more?
And out of here. With that, I can finally leave the ineluctable prison. And with that taken care of, I want to say that's everything, right? For a number of rounds equal to cast low, the angel becomes incorporeal and can shoot rays of holy fire as a swift action every round. Wow, okay. I really want to give everyone... I really just want to give everyone, like, multi-class into Cavalier. Just so I can give everyone a horse. That's it. That's all I want. I just want horses. Everyone gets a horse so I can just get through levels faster. I might do that. I might give everyone multi-class or Cavalier Gestalt just so I can get horses on everybody. And that way all I can do, I can just have everybody just run straight forward. No problems. Do I really feel like dealing with the city in the wasteland? Not really. Alright, back to Dresden. Oh, someone on the road. Yeah, well, still, I haven't been able to try the level 10 spells, and I want to try the level 10 spells. I also want to try out the level 10 Lich spells, because I don't know what those even are. Hello? Oh. Hey, guys. What are you doing? Who are you? Why are you calling her the Holy Martyr?
We do it.
Oh, these guys. I remember these guys. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Ember's quest also ends in this chapter. Forgot about that. All right. Well, to Dresden. Closing in on the end of the chapter, though. I'm really excited to see what happens. What's left? So I've got to deal with... I should probably talk to Galfrey real quick, because I did just age her up by like 90 years. How you doing? How you doing, Galfrey? Having a good time? Enjoying yourself? Galfrey looks at the towers of Dresden with clear, if slightly sad eyes. Dresden. I remember the early days of this city. How strange to think it's younger than I am. This isn't the first time I've seen it prosper, and hope never to see its final fall. You look sad. What awaits the threshold? What are you going to do? Tell me about the Battle of Dresden. Like you weren't there too. Whatever, I'll refresh your memory. So everybody's running around, duking out with demons, spells are flying from down from the city walls, boiling tar too, hulking big balors running amok and crushing everyone in its wake. And Airbreath was somewhere right in the thick of things. My heart was beating out of my chest the whole time, because how anybody could survive in that massacre, I have no idea. Nevia sighs. All worked out in the end. Staunted, well, that man is made of iron. Imagine defending Dresden for 70 years. Anybody else would have snapped and rushed out with a banner in the vanguard just to get it over with. But he sat and waited. Airbreath's been going on so much about him. I'm starting to feel a little jealous. I'm kidding. He's old enough to be your father.
Follow if you
Alrighty, that takes care of that for now then. Hello? Mirror, what do you have to say for yourself? Nothing? Yeah, I figured. Okay. So, next time, since I've done the major quests now, that takes care of... Okay, gotta do that. Right, I gotta go deal with that stuff. So next time, I think is gonna be... Well, next time is gonna be Sunday. And I think that's going to be taking care of companion side quests and doing stuff like Captain Selkin's side quest. And maybe heading into Arilu's lab. Maybe head to Arilu's lab. I'll either do Arilu's lab then or right before I hit Threshold. One of those two. Although I also, before I stop, should probably set up these things to get finished over here. So I don't forget. You know, it's actually Callistrial, like... Ah, good, it's done. Perfect. So that one's got to be over... here. I'll get a teleport in position. Alright, where is it? There we go, it takes care of Threshold, so I'll be able to move into Threshold immediately when needed. Now to the rest of stuff. Got decrees here, Northern Lights. Extracurricular Stargazers. Development. I don't have any relics left to deal with. Okay, I got 20 days and then another 14, so 34 days on those. development. Grievance against Galt. Okay, so that takes care of logistics. Logistics and diplomacy are currently on progress. I don't have anything for military because there never is anything for military. Alright, I gotta take this call.
I do what I must.
Sorry about that. I just got some not so great news, so that's going to have to be dealt with shortly. We'll see how tomorrow goes in that case. So I'm going to leave that there. That's a good thing I was about to stop. What was I even doing tomorrow? Hopefully it's nothing. Hopefully it's nothing big. God, what was I doing tomorrow even? Tomorrow was... Right. Tomorrow is the DLC drop for Pathfinder. Assuming nothing happens, assuming everything goes fine, I'll be playing that tomorrow. If it doesn't, I'll be back with Weird West on Friday. We'll see. Ugh. Yeah, that's not good news. Hopefully it's fine. Hopefully it's fine. It shouldn't be too bad, but we'll see. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your day, night, what have you. I'm going to send a raid over to Ivy Doppler, who is currently playing Siberia. Not familiar with that game. That's the voice of Anevia. So go say hi to them. Enjoy the rest of your day, and wear your masks, kids. Wear your masks outside. COVID's still a thing. Don't forget that. All right, see ya.